Hello, welcome back, everybody. What an eventful month we've had, holiday season we've had. This is Collapse Talk with Gabriel Marrero. I'm glad you can join me this historic last couple weeks. I mean, there's really no other way to say it. Wow, again, there's the election. I mean, that alone is just groundbreaking. But then now we're actually seeing actual geopolitical realignments here, and then also just domestically we've had some significant acts of political violence. So I mean, that is just, again, there's a lot to discuss. And I've been busy with the holidays and kind of getting settled in with my 9 to 5, which is just serving, so it's a little more strenuous on me. But I have some free time, or at least a free time to record and then hopefully fit in a production schedule, because a lot of times they ask me to do doubles, which I kind of recommend, and at least one of my managers is understanding about it. But yeah, I mean, this is sort of like another job that I'm trying to get off the ground, but it's like an independent pursuit. Yeah. So because of that, because I have this independent project podcast, and I do need money. I need money. I do ask. I mean, this episode will be released with ads, but I do ask if you want earlier, have free access to check out my Patreon, just as little as $1. That's really all you got to do, and then you get 48-hour early access. And there's other tiers, but honestly, just you can stick with the $1, because like other projects like video essays and other aspects that I want to get into, it's just harder for me to fit into my life, really, because I work so much. And then when I get home, I'm just like, I just want to watch YouTube. Like, that's all I want to do. But yeah, I mean, again, it's there if you want to help. Anything helps, really. But I mean, dude, I'm sort of, as I'm recording, we're still in the calm before the storm of the Trump presidency. So I guess, this will be sort of like a time capsule of just like the craziness that's about to explode in a month or so. So, wow, what a world we live in. And people really don't, again, the stuff in Syria, right? The collapse of this regime, the Assad regime, this dynasty, and the geopolitical earthquake that is going to make for generations. It's just like nothing. People don't really think about it. And, I said it to one of my coworkers. I'm like, this is kind of crazy. And like, one of them was like, that it's going to bring revelations. I'm like, oh. So there's other interpretations of it, but it's huge. Yeah. But anyway, so there's, as I plugged my Patreon, you can help out there. Otherwise, we'll just dive into this show. And, this episode will be sort of formatted differently because so much has happened. And I mean, there's much that I could discuss about this upcoming Trump presidency. I mean, in a lot of ways, I don't really care. I'm just like, I already know it's going to suck. So it's just like, I don't give a shit. I mean, we'll follow it, but, I'm not on my, resistance lib arc anymore. So I'm just like, I don't care. It's done. We're over. It's over. It's Jover. I'm kind of glad I used that as my last episode title, because it's perfect. It's just like, yeah, it's Jover. It's done. I mean, it's not over. I mean, we have to start the work towards the movement. Of course, I don't want to, I don't want to be snitching too much. Not that I do anything. It's just like, I don't fucking know. I'm not like a paranoid person thinking that like the CIA or the FBI is like listening in, but it's just like they kind of are, though, especially now with the recent events. So with this episode, I'll be focusing on different. I'll be more specific and like hyper focused. So I try to divide my show by domestic, and then international geopolitics, and then natural events, climate news, or pandemics that are starting to grow. So I try to maintain the 3-part format, which requires multiple days of recording. And I know that creating like these long form episodes, which sometimes gets up to 6 hours, isn't as convenient, but it's just what works for me. I really can't record on the short term and just like make a quick like 25-minute video, just like, here's the latest news. I wish I could. I wish I had better production scheduling. But again, like I said, have a pretty strenuous job, and I do like it. Because it's a food service elder care, and it's really nice. And it's like one of those situations where it's like, oh shit, I'm like kind of important because I'm like the only server who knows what I'm doing, and I don't want to like knock my other coworkers, but they're sort of, because they're younger, and this is like a good glimpse that I can have of like Gen Z men that everybody wants to talk about now, of just like the Gen Z men, we're so concerned about them, and it's just sort of interesting to get into perspective. And they have good qualities, so it's just like I don't want to knock them, because I mean, like, I'm not one of those boomer types of like the young folks. They're just they don't have no respect. But it's just like there's a lack of discipline and maturity, which I mean, it takes time for that to develop. So it's just like your hope is that, I mean, I'm not the kind of person that wants to tell people all the time what they should be doing. I just try to do the work that I do, make every this is how you can work efficiently. This is how you set your station. You keep it clean and prepped nice. So again, I've already shown them how you can do it, and I'm just one guy. And whether they want to follow that or not, that's on them. And yeah, I mean, things are just going to work out how they are. Whether or not, I don't think they're going to stay that much longer. But I mean, they're young guys, so of course, it would make sense for them to flake off. But I don't know. It was just interesting to have that experience, and just getting a glimpse of like Gen Z young men. Because again, this is sort of like the work that I do now. And of course, everybody's talking about being the leftist Joe Rogan. That's the analysis that's being made of the last election. It's just like, we need a leftist Joe Rogan. I'm just like, wow, like I like, that's it. That's all we need. Okay. Like, I don't know. But there are plenty of like left-wing, commentators and online personality influencers who can reach out to young men. And, when I look at my demographics, they're sort of like evenly, like, I don't know how to frame it, but when I look at the 18 to 24 age range, it's a bit on the lower end. So my main audience base, it's more like later 20s, 30s, and 40s, and again, it's interesting seeing like the 50s and 60s, like, that's usually more of the base of this program. So it's just like, I'm not really sure how I can like introduce myself into younger spaces. I mean, again, I'm 28 years old, so I'm like, I'm young, I'm hip, but I mean, I'm getting. I mean, I've always felt sort of aged and just weathered. But again, that's just like that just comes with like having a more adverse upbringing. I mean, I've lived good, but there's certain things where it's like, oh, if you're not living like, because that's the thing about being like an immigrant child. It's like you literally come from like third world poverty, right? So you living in like some suburb, it's like you got everything you need, and it's just like, yes, that's true. Like, of course, I'm living like the best quality of life that anybody in our family has ever lived, but also compared to my peers, I'm on the low end. So it's like, it's all about being relative. But again, what am I even saying? I'm just rambling. But what I'm saying is just, having, especially out of college, that adversity, and which is the reason why it took so long for me to graduate. Thankfully now I've graduated. It's just being at this stage of life and then looking at younger guys. It's just like, you have no perspective, you have no experience. But at least I don't like have resentment towards them, because it's just like, again, like it's a matter of time. That's all it is. It's just like that we're still the same. I've just been here longer. So it's just, again, I don't mean to get all philosophical, but the way that I see in the media, the way that they talk about young men, is just like they're like an alien species that's just landed here. It's just like, it's like, dude, like, I don't know. Again, I try to, I don't believe that like growing up requires you to like kill your inner youth, So that's why like sometimes I can seem a little childish, especially online, but it's just like, I'm here to have fun, because like, what else is there? Like, why are we going to do all this work and then like not take some time off, Anyway, I need to get started. I'm just like trying to warm up the show. I'm a little on the reefer, so just to get me loose. But it's how do we even start? It's deep what we have to discuss, because we have, and I'm going to start now with my domestic podcast or domestic portion of the show. There's just so much to unpack, and I'm going to highlight specifically on the events of the UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson getting shot in New York from the alleged suspect recently apprehended, Luigi Mangione. We gotta really unpack this, because this is just opening up a whole can of worms, and I'll highlight on some recent events, some possible threats of copycat violence, an awakening, which the state, the establishment, is now especially afraid of. And I'll be reading a couple articles, but yeah, this is this is a moment that is going to be remembered as a change in terms of class consciousness. It's not there just yet, but this is kind of the start, where people are yeah, I fucking hate the healthcare industry. I really I hate this shit. And it has nothing to do with ideology. It's just the material circumstances. That's the start of it, So that's what we have to unpack here, and also the implications of the alleged assassin, the alleged shooter, Luigi Mangione, and the details that are coming out of his life, because he represents a certain character profile that defeats the narrative that the establishment wants to use to crack down, because it's an Ivy League tech bro, valedictorian, hot guy, hot athletic guy, white, it's just dude, yeah, man. So again, this is a lot to unpack here. So first I'll start off with an article from the Associated Press, and then just go over the timeline. Of course, this is an active investigation, so the timeline is going to become more detailed and strung out. But yeah, this is just the main points of this, because again, how does this even happen? What kind of world do we live in? It's incredible. So, reading from the Associated Press here, the headline: a timeline of the fatal shooting of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson and the search for his killer. So this is the timeline here from the Associated Press. So yeah, here November 24th, 10:11 p.m., the suspected shooter arrives in New York on a Greyhound bus at the Port Authority terminal. The bus originated in Atlanta and made 6 or 7 stops on the way to New York. Police could not immediately determine where he got on the bus. The man then takes a taxi to the area of the New York Hilton Midtown and is there for about a half an hour. About 11 p.m., the man takes a taxi to the HI New York City hostel at 891 Amsterdam Avenue, where he stays until the morning of the shooting. He presents an ID that police believe to be fake. 2 roommates in a shared room that had bunk beds never saw his face, police said, because he kept his mask on. When speaking with an employee in the hostel lobby, he briefly pulled on his mask and smiled, a moment captured on surveillance images that have been widely circulated by police. So it's so funny, he's trying to hold his identity. He's on, the hunt for the CEO. He's trying to keep a low profile. He goes to a hostel, right? He uses a fake ID. He pays with cash. But then, he sees a cute receptionist and he's just you know what? Let me just, hey, what's up, girl? And I gotta respect that. I'm just he knew his life was going to be done. So it's you know what? If I meet a nice woman, I'm just going to chat her up. So yeah, so again, and he got there early. So it's kind of crazy. And again, how did he get this information that the CEO would be here? That's the other thing. That's the thing that gets me where did he know that the meeting was going to be? Where did he know where Thompson was going to be, right? And how to case him. and it's just like, I mean, dude, imagine if there was like other like in parties in this, I mean, again, there's all kinds of conspiracies, but it's just like either like Luigi is some like mastermind, like hacker, like able to like, break. I mean, again, like, yeah, that's the thing. He is like a bit of a tech bro. He was like a game designer on Civilization. It's fucking crazy, this guy. So again, okay, so that does kind of make sense. But again, like how did he know? Like, these are the questions that are just like, again, it's like Mr. Robot. I've never seen it, but like now I want to watch it. Okay. So November 29th, the man was checked out of the hostel, where guests are automatically checked out if they don't show at the desk by a certain time. Police don't believe he stayed someplace else and checked back into the same hostel the next day. December 4th, about 5:30 a.m., the suspected shooter leaves the hostel well before dawn. 5:41 a.m., he appears on video at 54th Street and 6th Avenue, walking back and forth in the area of the Hilton Hotel, where UnitedHealthcare's parent company, United Health Group, is holding its annual investor conference. Police deduced that he rode a bicycle to the Hilton because it took him such a short time to get there. Quote, could he have stolen the bike? These are the things that we're still looking into, end quote. NYPD Chief of Detectives Joseph Kinney said. At some point, he went to a nearby Starbucks and purchased a bottle of water and at least one energy bar before returning to the hotel. So one aspect that they're saying is that some of the, because they said they got fingerprints, how they got that, who knows, was from the water bottle. Again, how did they find the water bottle? That's kind of crazy. Is it possible they could get DNA off that water bottle? Again, those are questions that will come up. So yeah, here, 6:44 a.m., he shoots Thompson as the executive arrives alone on foot. Having walked from the hotel across the street, the man flees. So again, like the video is just incredible to watch. And I know there's a lot of shit posted about online, but it's truly like an incredible thing to watch because we've never really seen like an assassination of this like magnitude, right? Of like billion-dollar corporation, health insurance corporation, CEO, just walking alone at night or in the morning to a conference, and he just gets ambushed, like the shooter, because again, we don't know. Okay, he's innocent until proven guilty, guys. So the shooter walks out and just like pops him, and it's just like incredible. I mean, again, it's just incredible to see. And of course, they're speculating he used subsonic rounds. Yeah, man. And again, it's just like quick and precise and just. And again, and there was a witness, so it's like, did the police identify that witness? Like, those are questions that need to be answered. Like, wow, like this is just, again, because it's like, on the one hand, I'm like, free my boy Luigi. Like they were doing the interview, like a broadcast outside of the prison, and the prisoners were like, free Luigi. So it's like, there's some like commentators like Jesse Waters saying, well, he's gonna watch your cornhole, buddy. Like, like just, thinking that he's gonna get stabbed on sight, like he's Ted Bundy or some shit, or Jeffrey Dahmer, I mean. But yeah, like, nah, like they fucking love him. Like they're like, free my boy. Like, I mean, again, like if anything, I can imagine Luigi, like if he had problems, well, for one, from the guards, absolutely. But like, I would imagine it would just mainly be the Aryan Brotherhood because he's Italian or some shit, or also because like the Aryan Brotherhood in many respects are sort of like the arm of the state, the enforcers in the prison system. I mean, again, that's a whole conversation we could have, but okay. So I don't want to get off track, but again, like it's just crazy to see that image of the shooter just running out, or not running, just like very calmly, just coming behind the car, and it's just like laying a shot into him, and of course, actually like racking the slide, like clearing it, like. So again, like how again, because I keep wanting to say, because I do think it is him. Like, I know that people want to make it, all like, oh, we don't know, and they're planning it, and they probably are planning a lot of shit on him. But I think it was Luigi. I do, sadly. And I hate that he's in this situation. But that's the thing. It's like, we can understand it. It's like, it's not that, I mean, hey, I can't speak for everybody. It's not that people are celebrating the CEO getting shot, okay? I'm not saying he deserved it, but, it's not a mystery, okay? This is not a surprise. If you're going to create a healthcare industry, again, like, why is there a healthcare industry? Like, what the fuck? It's just like, again, it's so crazy. Everything is about the market. Oh, but the market, we need more privatization. We need to I don't fucking know, man. This corporate talk is fucking bullshit. Again, I keep thinking about health insurance, and it's just like, hey, because people only do it through the phone, like, that's all it's done. It's through the phone. So there's some depersonalization. But just imagine if there was a guy just walking in with their clipboard, and then just like, and every time the doctor speaks, he just interjects. Like, that's basically what it is. And it's just like, like, if you had a guy just sitting in your appointment with a clipboard, writing every little detail about your health down, and then like, like, sort of like balancing and measuring in his head, like, can we afford to keep you alive? It's just like, again, like, that's what health insurance is. But again, people are so, okay, I don't want to get off topic, but it's just like, the only people, especially after this, who are being, all pro-clutchy about it are like, well, very well-off people who don't actually have to worry about medical debt, because everybody else, this is a real thing for us, and which is why it's breaking this political divide, because now it's about the material circumstances of people, So again, that's just, it's materialism. That's all it is. That's literally all Marxism is materialism. So yeah, well, it's not all, but again, that's the huge aspect of it. So again, I keep getting off track because again, I have so much to say. So yeah, so here, 6:48 a.m., the man enters Central Park by bicycle at the 60th Street and Center Drive entrance. It's in the park and away from security cameras that police believe he discards a gray backpack. And again, just watch the surveillance overhaul that's going to take over. And there's going to be cameras on every fucking corner in Central Park. It's going to be, oh God. I mean, I haven't been in New York in so long, but now I don't want to go anymore because it's just crazy. Because like, I'm more worried about the cops in New York than I am out here. And I live in fucking Texas. Like, that's, again, like, dude. So yeah, 6:56 a.m., he leaves the park at West 77th Street in Central Park West, still on the bicycle. 6:58 a.m., he passes another camera on 85th Street and Columbus Avenue, still on the bicycle. 7 a.m., he's at 86th Street, no longer with the bicycle. 7:04 a.m., he enters a taxi northbound at 86th Street and Amsterdam Avenue. 7:30 a.m., he's near the George Washington Bridge and the bus terminal there. It offers commuter service to New Jersey and Greyhound routes to Philadelphia, Boston, and Washington. After the attack, investigators find the words delay, deny, and depose written in permanent marker on ammunition at the scene. The words mimic a phrase used by insurance industry critics. So, again, this is on December 4th. And let's see here. So, from 6:44, where he shoots Thompson, 6:44, by 7:30, he's at the bus terminal. Which is crazy. So, yeah, just about 45 minutes. And it's just like, and it's crazy that, and what they're saying about Luigi's apprehension is that he wasn't even on like a list of suspects, okay? He was a nobody. I mean, he's not a nobody. He comes from a Wolof background, so, he certainly has status in a way. But again, it's just like, again, he wasn't the usual suspect. And if he wanted to, I don't know what motivated him to stay. I guess he thought, he would have been caught sooner. Again, this is from December 4th to So from December 4th to December 9th, okay? Again, like this just happened the other day, but so much has been going on. So within the span of 5 days, they had no idea it was him, and he could have been anywhere. He could have been anywhere. Like he could have used, again, I don't know how. Again, I'm not saying that I'm an expert in like going off grid and running from the state, because I mean they're certainly suspecting that they used like illegal surveillance technology to find him. But yeah, I mean he could have gone on that terminal and then gone to like Philadelphia or Newark, gotten to an international flight to Mexico, and then from there like he could be anywhere. I mean, dude, like it's crazy. And again, like he wasn't on like a no-fly list or anything, and he wasn't on like the list of like persons of interest. So it's just like, dude, like, I mean, like at first Eric Adams was like, we have an identity. Of course, we love Eric Adams, but like we have an identity, and it's just like, and then it was just like some random Karen at the McDonald's. Like I don't know what's like, this world is just so, and then they might not even get the tip reward. Like that's the other thing too. So it's just like, dude, like, yeah, that's your reward for aiding the state. Yeah, that's your reward for snitching to the state, which is basically even with all this technology that we have, like all these like historical examples of police states, of like surveillance and like secret police disappearing people. It's always like public information, like informants and people snitching on their family and their neighbors. Like it's crazy, I mean, but that's how it goes. I mean, we're entering a scary phase in America because more that's going to happen. I mean, I certainly imagine certain people in my family reporting on me, and they probably already have, so it's just, I don't know. It's scary to think about. I mean, I have this like podcast, so of course I'm pretty much telling on myself every day. But dude, like, it's just crazy to think about, like the surveillance from the civilian surveillance, right? And it especially doesn't help now that people have like Ring cameras in every door. Like, dude, it's just crazy. So okay, I need to get on track. So reading now. So this is again December 4th. 45 minutes just about from the shooting to him going to the bus terminal and then basically disappearing. And he could have easily booked a flight. I mean, he could have changed out again and then just left. I mean, who knows? It's not like they grounded all the flights, So yeah. So here, December 6th, Kenyan Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch reveal that investigators believe the gunman left New York City on a bus. Investigators say he entered the George Washington Bridge bus station, but have not found video of him leaving or getting on a bus. Quote, it could possibly be a disgruntled employee or a disgruntled client, end quote. Kenny says of a possible motive in the briefing. Police find what they say is the man's backpack. Its contents are not disclosed. December 7th, police continued to search Central Park. Scuba divers are seen scouring a pond. The NYPD releases additional photos showing the suspected shooter next to and in the backseat of a taxi. In both images, he's seen wearing a blue medical face mask. Despite recovering a fingerprint from a Starbucks purchase and sending items for DNA testing, police have yet to publicly identify the suspect. December 8th, scuba divers are again seen at the Central Park pond. Police declined to comment on the investigation. December 9th, at 9:14 a.m., police in Altoona, Pennsylvania are dispatched to a McDonald's to respond to reports of a male matching the description of the suspect in the shooting. Luigi Nicholas Mangione, 26, is taken into custody on unrelated charges, according to the Altoona Police Department. Mangione had a gun believed to be the one used in last Wednesday's shooting, as well as writing suggesting, quote, ill will towards corporate America, end quote, Kenny said on Monday. He also had clothing and a mask similar to those worn by the shooter and a fraudulent New Jersey ID matching the one used in the Manhattan hotel, Kenny said. So yeah, so that is the timeline of events. So about 5 days of him on the run. and then just being spotted on a McDonald's. Again, it's just so crazy to me to think like doing all this planning, tracking down the CEO, like figuring out where his meeting would be, what time he would be out walking. Like, what the fuck? So it's crazy to think about all that planning, and then just getting randomly caught at McDonald's eating a hash brown, right? It's just like, what is happening? I mean, this is crazy. I don't know. Again, like, this is the sort of thing that you read about in like a cyberpunk, fiction novel, right? Like, I mean, this is what it is. This is cyberpunk, right? Like corporal assassinations. It's just, dude. And, there's many speculations, right? So there's speculation that like, this is a hit. This could be like a mob hit, or he had gambling debts, or, this could be some like insider, the hotel that was, that he were, the Hilton, right, was in the Michael Clayton movie, which I haven't seen, but, it's just crazy to think about all the parallels here. Yeah, man. But what's coming out now about Luigi is that it was more of just like a personal grievance, and his literal health, his physical health. I mean, that's what he got radicalized by. It's looking likely, having severe back injuries and surgeries, and he has public readings and reviews of different books about the insurance industry, medical care in America, and then, also Ted Kaczynski's novels or manifesto about industrialization, which he doesn't like. He's not praising it as like some like work of art because he recognizes the problems with Kaczynski, but he also recognized that Kaczynski's like observations about, just sitting there and not doing anything is not going to fix anything. And again, I'm not here to condone political violence. I do not condone political violence, but it's just like somebody's going to do it. Like, if you're going to like in many ways, like the things that I try to say is like, this is what's going to prevent it. Again, if we didn't have such a horrible healthcare system that ruined people's lives, okay, like that dickhead CEO would still be alive. Of course, he'd be doing some other evil shit, but like, it's like we told you, okay, like we told you, okay, the guillotines didn't come out in the French Revolution just randomly, okay, like people were starving, okay, like, this is just what happens when the elite ruling class that's out of touch and still just like try to get every drop out of the civilian population that they exploit. Eventually, it's just like it's enough. Like we can't do this anymore, and of course it gets crazy. I mean, that's just, again, like the French Revolution happens because like we're reaching like the end stage of like the feudal system of the estates and taxation and then of course you see that decline and people immigrating into the cities, but then there's like no work, and also like the conditions are horrible, and people and then people can't afford bread, and they just start going crazy, and it's just like, I mean, this is what happens. People can't afford healthcare. Okay, we're now an industrialized civilization, so it's not about food. Of course, food insecurity is a real issue, but it's about these services that we need. We need healthcare. If we're going to be like a functioning, developed society, you need healthcare to make sure that people can stay healthy and get back to work. If you want to like frame it that way, it's like, hey, maybe if you had healthcare that's affordable for people, people wouldn't get sick and get disabled, and then you wouldn't have to pay disability. Hey, how about that? They never think about that, right? Oh my God, it's so short term. It's so short term, and again, like you see with especially in the media. I mean, like there was like a memo that came out from the New York Times. They're like, oh, don't post Luigi's photos because, again, like he doesn't fit the narrative. If he were a black guy, if he were any other like minority group, if he were even fat, okay, so if he were like a fat white guy, right, then they could easily like try to like frame this in some other fashion, right, and not actually have to reconcile with the realities of this system that is driving people to their breaking point. I mean, like this dude's life was over. His life was ruined. And again, he had the back issues, but it's like, dude, the health insurance industry is a fucking nightmare, especially if you have back injuries. And I'm blessed not to have any back issues. Sometimes I do feel something, but for the most part, I'm pretty healthy with my back. I'm pretty healthy in general. Like, it's kind of a miracle because I'm not a very healthy guy. Like, I need to be healthier, and I sometimes, get worried about my heart, but I'm active. I do a lot of walking, especially with this job now. I walk stairs. So again, like, I'm not a religious person, but I am blessed not to have like any like terminal illnesses or any like physical disabilities, disfigurements. Again, if anything, I worry about my feet, but it's nothing too bad. But anyway, I don't have health insurance. That's the fucked up thing too, and I probably need to sign on to like government healthcare, Obamacare. But I don't know what's gonna happen with this Trump administration, because they're gonna gut it. They're gonna fuck it over. So it's like, I don't know what's gonna happen. Anyway, again, I don't want to think about that. It's just crazy. And again, this country we don't have healthcare money, right? We got genocide money, right? We got plenty of money, when these wars abroad, and for whatever reason, especially with the Syria collapse, we might getting a return on it. But again, it's like, it's gonna get worse. So I don't fucking know. Again, that's a whole another portion of this podcast. So that was the timeline of the shooting. So now I'm gonna actually like read an article, just like reading on Luigi Mangione, and his sort of profile, because again, this as I mentioned, right, the certain demographic profile that he fits, racially, class wise, it speaks a lot. And I think this is why it's breaking through to so many people from so many backgrounds, because it's just like, if he was driven to this point, it could have been any of us. That's the whole thing about it. So yeah, man. He's a young guy. He doesn't have children. I don't know if there's any like information of him having a girlfriend. That was the whole thing that they were mentioning, that some people were saying, is that his back issues were so bad that he couldn't have sex. So it's just like, and that's sort of crazy to think about, like the political ramifications that can come about from young men not having sex. And of course, there's like conversations of the incel revolution. But like, it's a big thing, because like when you're young, you don't really have that many like concerns in life. You're just concerned about finding a job that you can at least pay your way maybe through college, or at least support yourself and get out of your parents' house. And then if you're a straight guy, right, getting a girlfriend. And I certainly face my struggles in that area. Although I think I've met somebody nice, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, it's again, I never got driven mad to the point where it's like, I can't get laid. I'm gonna, I can't have sex. Billions must die. Like, that's just like, I can't. For him, it was like, I can't have sex. Brian Thompson must die. Like, that's just like, and again, it's sort of like, it's not good, but it's at least an improvement. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, I need to get serious. So, Jesus Christ. Okay, I need to make that meme now, but I'll do it later. No, and I'll put the Luigi from Nintendo. Okay. So I'm gonna read here AP News. Again, I don't mean to shitpost so much, but I just can't help it. I'm sorry. I again, like, I'm a poster. I can't help it, and it's so funny seeing like so many people who like normally cry about like wokeness, like, oh, the left is so sensitive, but then it's like, one dead CEO. Not a particularly good one either. He was a real piece of shit. Just like, I can't believe the left would celebrate such I can't believe the left would celebrate such a murder, such a heinous crime. Did you know that murder was illegal? Like, it's just so dumb to hear this. Okay, so AP News, again, focusing now. AP News, Luigi Mangione's hard turn from wealth and success to murder suspect. And this is an article from Sean Murphy. So here, Luigi Nicholas Mangione, the suspect in the fatal shooting of a healthcare executive in New York City, apparently was living a charmed life, the grandson of a wealthy real estate developer, valedictorian of his elite Baltimore prep school, and with degrees from one of the nation's top private universities. Friends and an exclusive co-living space at the edge of touristy Waikiki in Hawaii, where the 26-year-old Mangione once lived, widely considered him a great guy, and pictures of his social media accounts show a fit, smiling, handsome young man on beaches and at parties. Now, investigators in New York and Pennsylvania are working to piece together why Mangione may have diverged from this path to make the violent and radical decision to gun down UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson in a brazen attack on a Manhattan street. The killing sparked widespread discussions about corporate greed, unfairness in the medical insurance industry, and even inspired folk hero sentiment toward the killer. But Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro sharply refuted that perception after Mangione's arrest on Monday, when a customer at a McDonald's restaurant in Pennsylvania spotted Mangione eating and noticed he resembled the shooting suspect in security camera photos released by New York police. So this is again, this is a quote from Shapiro, who was very likely going to be the vice president pick. He was very close to it. So just watch the things that he says. So here, and he they call him White Obama. So I'm not gonna do his voice, but yeah. So here, in some dark corners, this killer is being hailed as a hero. Hear me on this. He is no hero. End quote. Shapiro said. And again, this is an incredible line. Quote, the real hero in this story is the person who called 911 at McDonald's this morning. End quote. Again, this is the most American political assassination of all time. Again, you can't. The storyline is incredible. Yeah. And again, he's just saying in some dark corners, and it's it was literally all over Twitter, even on Ben Shapiro's YouTube comments. A lot of his viewers are just nah, man, I kind of get it. It's again, they're trying to and they can't. He's not even a leftist. In many respects, it's good that he's not a leftist, because it just shows that argument that hey, man, everybody's pissed off about this. Okay, the left isn't engaging in political acts of violence. It's usually the right wing. Okay, I mean, who tried to assassinate Donald Trump? It's it's your own people. Dude. Okay. So yeah. So that was his apprehension, and just now reading the next portion about his family. So Mangione's family and upbringing. Mangione comes from a prominent Maryland family. His grandfather, Nick Mangione, who died in 2008, was a successful real estate developer. One of his best-known projects was Turf Valley Resort, a sprawling luxury retreat and conference center outside Baltimore that he purchased in 1978. The Mangione family also purchased Hayfields Country Club north of Baltimore in 1986. On Monday, Baltimore County police officers blocked off an entrance to the property, which public records linked to Luigi Mangione's parents. Reporters and photographers gathered outside the entrance. The father of 10 children, Nick Mangione, prepared his 5 sons, including Luigi Mangione's father, Louis, or is it Louis? I don't know. Mangione, to help manage the family business. According to a 2003 Washington Post report, Nick Mangione had 37 grandchildren, including Luigi, according to the grandfather's obituary. Wow, man, this is a big family. This is crazy. These people got money. Wow. So again, man, it just shows it's sort of what was it called? The Symbionese army, right? When that girl got captured and then she started getting in on it, right? It's the same stuff. So yeah. So Luigi Mangione's grandparents donated to charities through the Mangione Family Foundation, according to a statement from Loyola University commemorating Nick Mangione's wife's death in 2023. They donated to various causes, including Catholic organizations, colleges, and the arts. One of Luigi Mangione's cousins is Republican Maryland State Legislator Nino Mangione, a spokesman for the lawmaker's office, confirmed. Quote, our family is shocked and devastated by Luigi's arrest, end quote, Mangione's family said in a statement posted on social media by Nino Mangione. Quote, we offer our prayers to the family of Brian Thompson and we ask people to pray for all involved, end quote. So again, like it's sort of clear that they're not necessarily throwing him under the bus, but yeah, they're very much distant from this. So who knows what sort of involvement they have with like his defense, or maybe not at all. I mean, who knows? I mean, I'll read on that later. And again, they've also had offers for the legal expenses to be covered. So again, like there's just so many people that might get involved in this. Yeah. So Mangione's education and work history. So here, Mangione, who was valedictorian of his elite Maryland prep school, earned undergraduate and graduate degrees in computer science in 2020 from the University of Pennsylvania. A university spokesman told the Associated Press. So yeah, he's a computer science major, master's degree. So again, when I was talking earlier about like maybe he could have hacked in and gotten information, maybe. I mean, we're going to figure out how he was able to like get this intelligence. Because again, like that's the thing about this sort of activity. Like he's basically a spy, and like there's a very real possibility that the CIA got involved in this too. Because this is huge. The fact that he was able to like evade, the authorities for so long. I mean, dude, like there's so much implications here. So yeah. So continuing. So he learned to code in high school and helped start a club. For some reason, I almost said Club Penguin. So he helped to start a club at Penn for people interested in gaming and game design, according to a 2018 story in Penn Today, a campus publication. His social media posts suggest he belonged to the fraternity Phi Kappa Psi. They also show him taking part in a 2019 program at Stanford University, and in photos with family and friends at the Jersey Shore, and in Hawaii, San Diego, Puerto Rico, and other destinations. The Gilman School, from which Mangione graduated in 2016, is one of Baltimore's elite prep schools. The children of some of the city's wealthiest and most prominent residents, including Orioles legend Cal Ripken Jr., have attended the school. Its alumni include sports writers Frank Deford and former Arizona Governor Fife Symington. In his valedictory speech, Luigi Mangione described his classmates' incredible courage to explore the unknown and try new things, end quote. Yeah, and then they'll talk here. Mangione took a software programming internship after high school at Maryland-based video game studio FireAxis, where he fixed bugs on the hit strategy game Civilization 6, according to a LinkedIn profile. FireAxis parent company Take-Two said it would not comment on former employees. He more recently worked at the car buying website TrueCar, but has not worked there since 2023, the head of the Santa Monica, California-based company confirmed to the AP. And then time in Hawaii and reports of back pain. From January to June 2022, Mangione lived at Surf Break, a co-living space at the edge of touristy Waikiki in Honolulu. Like other residents of the shared penthouse catering to remote workers, Mangione underwent a background check, said Josiah Ryan, a spokesperson for owner and founder RJ Martin. Quote, Luigi was just widely considered to be a great guy. There were no complaints, end quote, Ryan said. Quote, there was no sign that might point to these alleged crimes they're saying he committed, end quote. At Surf Break, Martin learned Mangione had severe back pain from childhood that interfered with many aspects of his life, including surfing, Ryan said. So he had issues since childhood. Oh, wow. Damn. Yeah. Quote, he went surfing with RJ once, but it didn't work out because of his back, Ryan said, but noted that Mangione and Martin often went together to a rock climbing gym. Mangione left Surf Break to get surgery on the mainland, Ryan said, then later returned to Honolulu and rented an apartment. An image posted to his social media account linked to Mangione showed what appeared to be an x-ray of a metal rod and multiple screws inserted into someone's lower spine. Martin stopped hearing from Mangione 6 months to a year ago. An X account linked to Mangione, including recent posts about the negative impacts of smartphones on children, healthy eating and exercise habits, psychological theories, and a quote from Indian philosopher Jiddu Krishnamurti about the dangers of becoming, quote, well-adjusted to a profoundly sick society, end quote. So the next portion here, police report a darker turn. Mangione likely was motivated by his anger at what he called parasitic health insurance companies and a disdain for corporate greed, according to a law enforcement bulletin obtained by AP. So the next portion here, police report a darker turn. Mangione likely was motivated by his anger at what he called parasitic health insurance companies and a disdain for corporate greed, according to a law enforcement bulletin obtained by AP. He wrote that the U.S. has the most expensive healthcare system in the world and that the profits of major corporations continue to rise while our life expectancy does not, according to a bulletin, based on a review of the suspect's handwritten notes and social media posts. He appeared to view the targeted killing of the UnitedHealthcare CEO as a symbolic takedown, asserting in his note that he is, quote, the first to face it with such brutal honesty, end quote, the bulletin said. Mangione called the Unabomber Ted Kaczynski a, quote, political revolutionary, end quote, and may have found inspiration from the man who carried out a series of bombings while railing against modern society and technology, the document said. So, again, that's sort of like the character profile that they have of him. Again, it must have been like, to think about like the background that he comes from, and again, like he's a comfortable position. I mean, he's a graduate degree, master's degree. He comes from a well-off family. So I mean, he certainly could get medical help if he needed. So, I mean, again, back issues are bad. Like seriously, they're I mean, it's like one of those things where it's like in a lot of ways, like doing all that like surgery kind of makes things worse. Like, this is kind of crazy that we haven't really figured out that aspect of the human body. But again, like, it's your spine, it's like, it's everything. I mean, so yeah, dude, crazy to think about. And he's had it since childhood. And again, he's 26. So, I mean, that's important because that's him getting off his parents' insurance. I don't know if that was specifically the reason, but again, there are speculations. It's crazy. It's crazy to think about. And again, he did this attack. I mean, allegedly, he did the attack, and he gets caught. And now people are having this sort of like reconciliation of like, what now? Like, and again, you have the media establishment that is sort of just like, we're still looking into this. We just. We're out of ideas. But the regular people who actually have to live, under the boot of these industries, it's like, we know why. And like, again, it's not like a lot of people support what happened, but they understand it. And I mean, dude, it's just like, and I was talking to this one, again, I try not to like betray my like opinions about it. I just want to like get a feel of it. So, I asked this coworker and just their thoughts about it, and this is somebody who is like pretty liberal leaning. Again, I don't know, because I mean, this is the South, so like, there's very like she's a very Christian woman, but she has a disabled husband, so I would imagine she's had like just headache after headache with the insurance industry. So yeah, it's just interesting getting the feel from her and her comments about it. And I mean, she was even mentioning some jokes. Not that I don't think she was like in on it, but rather just like, oh yeah, you see, like, she kind of understands why people are joking about it. So again, it's like this breaking boundaries. It's kind of crazy. So here, I'm reading from Reuters now, because there's like the reaction from the people, which of course, you saw here, Governor Shapiro's just like in some dark corners of the internet. And it's like the whole announcement of Brian Thompson's death on like the UnitedHealthcare like Facebook page, like had like thousands of laughing reactions and people commenting. Well, they disabled comments, but like, yeah, man, like people came out, on Facebook. So dude, like there's a shift changing, And so what's also came out, actually, like some woman in Florida, she also made a threat to the insurance industry, or to like whatever. I mean, she was on a call, but her claim got denied. And then she said those words. She said, "Deny, defend, depose." And I mean, she got locked up. I mean, apparently she got arrested But it's going to show that like people are pissed. People are fucking pissed. And it's just interesting that we had like this whole election cycle where you had a Democratic candidate who didn't even entertain the idea of like Medicare for all or any sort of like major healthcare reform. Like it was just non-existent, right? But no, it was wokeness and trans people. That's what got us messed up. Wokeness. We got to be less woke. We need a leftist Joe Rogan. Like, oh my God. Again, this is why I didn't vote for them. And frankly, I'm not gonna. They're already talking about 2028. I'm just like, I'm done. Like, I'm done with the Democrats. I'm not saying I'm voting for a Republican anytime soon, or never. I'll never vote for a Republican. But dude, like, you Democrats are just. I'm just done because like there's no willingness. There's an unwillingness to change, and frankly, it's obvious now that they're taking the side of capital. They're taking the side of the police state, right? The side of imperialism. Not even taking the side, like that's just who they are. Like they're imperialists. Anyway, so yeah, so there's the reaction from the regular people, and now the reaction from the establishment, from corporate America. So I wanted to read here from Reuters. Just like certain reactions. So health executives reckon with patient outrage after UnitedHealthcare killing, and this is an article from Michelle Gershberg and Michael Ehrman. So here, healthcare companies are taking a step back to better understand patients' experiences. After a powerful U.S. health insurance executive was murdered last week, executives from drug maker Pfizer and Amazon.com said at a panel at the Reuters Next conference. Again, the fact that Amazon is like even involved with healthcare, like, what are we doing? They said at a panel at the Reuters Next conference in New York on Wednesday. The murder ignited an outpouring of anger from Americans struggling to receive and pay for medical care. Quote, our health system needs to be better. There's a lot of things that should cause a lot of outrage, end quote. Amazon Pharmacy Chief Medical Officer Ven Gupta said, it's also true that killing should not have happened. There cannot be this false moral equivalence in our discourse, end quote. Brian Thompson, the CEO of UnitedHealth's insurance arm, one of the largest health insurers in the U.S., who was shot dead on the morning of December 4th outside of a hotel in Manhattan in what police said was a targeted attack. Luigi Mangione, the suspect charged with the murder, was arrested earlier this week in possession of a handwritten manifesto that offered insight into his mindset, according to police. The New York Times reported that an internal New York City police report analyzing the document concluded that Mangione viewed the killings as a justified response to what he believed to be corruption in the healthcare industry. Recent data shows that patients are now even more likely to have their claims denied, pay more for premiums and medical visits, and face unexpected costs for care they thought was covered by their health insurance. Insurers say they work to negotiate down increased fees from doctors and hospitals, as well as costly prescription drugs and medical devices. Quote, I think all of us are taking a step back and trying to understand what's happening with patients and their experiences, end quote. Pfizer Chief Sustainability Officer Caroline Rowan said. She called the murder, quote, a tragedy of epic proportions, end quote, and said that executives in the healthcare industry were reeling. Oh my gosh, the poor CEO. Oh! Quote, clearly there's a larger dialogue that needs to happen, and we're going to be talking, and we're going to be taking our time to try to understand exactly what happened, understand that feedback, and see where we can play a positive role. Health insurance companies are also reassessing the risks of their top executives after the murder. Some have removed photos of their leadership teams from their websites and are considering whether and how to increase security measures. Still, Amazon's Gupta said that despite problems with the U.S. healthcare system, actions like Thompson's murder cannot be normalized. Quote, last week was horrifically shocking, he said. Are there going to be copycats? That is unacceptable. We need people to speak out that false moral equivalences must not be accepted. We should also be focused on the bigger goal, which is that we can do something better here together, end quote. Thompson, a father of two, had been CEO of UnitedHealthcare since April 2021, part of a 20-year career with the company. He had been in New York to attend the company's annual investor conference. The suspected shooter has also drawn intense interest from online sleuths seeking to understand how a 26-year-old Ivy League graduate from a prominent family ended up an accused murderer. Clues into Mangione's own medical history, including a potential back injury that caused both personal distress and difficulties obtaining insurance coverage for the treatment. So yeah, that's just kind of crazy to see. And of course, it's just so crazy that now, we're open to a dialogue and we're open to input. And it's just like, we had a whole campaign with Bernie Sanders. We had 2 campaigns for Bernie Sanders where like there was true populist momentum for like healthcare in this country. And I bet you these corporate dickheads were privately funding, against him. Okay. So it's just like, not even privately. I mean, they pretty much just openly fucked Bernie Sanders. But dude, this is so. And now we're open to a conversation, and there's many reasons to be upset. But we can't have a moral equivalence, a false equivalence here. It's just incredible. And I mean, like, even he was like, again, when they were arresting him and taking him in, even he was yelling out, "This is incredibly out of touch." They try to shuffle him away, but yeah, this is incredibly out of touch and an insult to, the American people, the intelligence, to our intelligence. Unbelievable. Incredible times. Again, it's just so out of touch, really. So again, that's just like a quick article here from Reuters, and this conference that they made, to try to like have a PR push, to try to like this is like literally like public relations, because there is a serious change in attitudes and public pressure. And of course, like a lot of conservatives, right-wing, working people like benefit from like the, like bare bones, like public services, like health services, that we have. Like, again, like they talk about Obamacare. A lot of right-wing people benefit from that. Okay. It's just like, yeah, I mean, duh, I hate Obamacare, but I'm out of options. That's just like, yeah, fuck. I mean, I should probably look into it, but I don't know when the deadline is. I don't even know how any of this works. It's just like, I just want to go to the hospital and then just go out, and that's it. Like, that's how simple it could be. Is you just go to the hospital. Now, if it's like, something that's a little more like elective, or, a prescription, I mean, I don't know, man. It should be like, just something over the counter. Certain things are, you can pay at the point of service, maybe finance it if you need to, but like, Jesus Christ, man, it's like, yeah, he had back surgery, and and it's like that can ruin people's lives, and it's like you have to. It's like, yeah, man, it's my fucking health. It's like, and again, this is some attitude that people have where it's just like, well, you should manage your money better. It's just like unbelievable. That's just all you hear. We have a real issue with financial literacy. We just need to create more financial literacy programs. Unbelievable. Okay. So, that was this quick article here. Now, I wanted to read this journal entry. So this is more like an opinion piece. And this is from the Harvard Business Review. So, this is again, this kid was from an Ivy League, class, so they're like in the country club, elites. They're having conversations now of their own, because like this is serious, and they're scared. They really are afraid. So this is like sort of like the sort of huddle that they're going to have, and I'm going to read this article. But like, this is the huddle that the corporate elite are having right now. So reading here from Harvard Business Review, article headline: the UnitedHealthcare CEO shooting should be a turning point for corporate America. And this is from Ranjay Gulati and Allison Beard. So here, in the days since UnitedHealthcare Chief Executive Brian Thompson was tragically targeted and killed by a gunman on New York Street, we have seen an alarming outpouring of vitriol against the company, its leaders, and other insurers. While many condemn the violence and offer condolences to the CEO's families and colleagues, those messages were often drowned out by a chorus of complaints about denied claims, paltry reimbursement, and corporate greed. In the broader business world, leaders might be tempted to simply mourn Thompson's death, beef up security to protect themselves against similar attacks, and dismiss the widespread backlash as not particularly relevant to their organizations or industries. They may naively presume that memories are short and people venting today will move on in the weeks to come. But executives who do so are failing to recognize the gravity of this moment. Consumer, employee, and community frustration at corporations seems to have escalated to outrage. We have slowly moved from a world of "I don't trust you" to "I hate you," and wide swaths of the American public now feel a great antipathy toward capitalism and capitalists. And it's like, duh, hello. So this is an article in defense of corporate America, and as you're seeing here, capitalism and capitalists. Okay, this is again Harvard Business Review. Okay, so this is like their own personal journals. So yeah. So again, okay, so here, recent statistics are testimony to these festering frustrations bubbling over into anger. The percentage of Americans who view capitalism negatively increased from 33% in May 2019 to 39% in August 2022, according to Pew Research, while surveys from Just Capital show that younger, poorer, and non-white people take an even dimmer view of our current economic system. According to a 2024 Gallup poll, only 16% of Americans now say that they have a great deal or quite a lot of confidence in major companies, down from 28% in 2001. And there's an alarming disconnect between what corporate leaders, executives, directors, and shareholders and their customers and workers believe. A 2023 survey on governance from Harvard Law School found that while 84% of executives think they are highly trusted by consumers and 79% think they are highly trusted by employees, only 27% of consumers and 65% of workers report highly trusting business leaders. In recent years, companies have talked a good game about moving from shareholder capitalism to stakeholder capitalism, acknowledging that the long-term health of their business and society depending on them doing more than simply delivering returns to investors. But even those that in 2019 publicly committed to the Business Roundtable's new statement of purpose, affirming these corporate social responsibilities goals, but even those that in 2019 publicly committed to the Business Roundtable's new statement of purpose, affirming these corporate social responsibility goals, have, according to more Harvard researchers, fallen short. Key failures. It's time for leaders to take a step back and recognize some of the key failures that have led to the growing backlash we are witnessing today. So here are the main points. So not delivering value for customers. Across sectors, consumers feel like they are being forced to pay more for lesser goods and services. Inflation was one of the hot button issues of the recent U.S. presidential election, and many attribute a significant portion of it to corporate profit seeking. Skyrocketing prescription drug prices, the introduction of airline baggage and meal fees, escalating grocery bills, and more have left people exasperated. When they try to interact with companies, they are greeted with mostly automated telephone agents, online customer service bots, or humans who don't have the power to help them. The health insurance and pharmaceutical industry might suffer the most criticism in this category of feeling The health insurance and pharmaceutical industries might suffer the most criticism in this category of failing consumers, but consider two other very recent examples. Boeing, where cost-cutting led to a fatal safety flaws in passenger airplanes, and Boar's Head, which allowed unsanitary conditions in its meat processing facilities to spark a deadly listeria outbreak. So, yeah, again, this is one aspect, right? Because again, the capitalism is all about endless profit, and eventually you're going to start cutting those costs to maintain certain standards, sanitary standards, certain like engineering standards, and then of course it leads to a lesser quality, right, in terms of like the product or the services. And of course in these incredibly important industries, like airplanes, sometimes they explode. Well, not that any of these airplanes have exploded, but like that could happen one day. Like, Jesus, man, like, God. So here Another point, not delivering value for employees. According to Gallup, U.S. worker engagement is at an all-time 11-year low. According to Gallup, U.S. worker engagement is at an 11-year low. The enormous and growing gap between executive and worker pay has been a source of consternation for at least a decade. More recently, at organizations from automakers to hoteliers to Amazon and Starbucks, businesses that are routinely and justifiably lauded for their innovation, customer centricity, and financial success, we have seen increased tension between labor groups and management. Again, there is a gap between workers' expectations for employers, while Millennial and Gen Z in particular demanding fair pay, flexibility, growth opportunities, and meaningful work, and what companies are offering, which for many involves long hours, low wages, poor job security, limited prospects for advancement, and either entirely fixed or unpredictable schedules. Another point, not delivering value for communities. Having studied and published articles on purpose-driven companies for more than a decade, we can confirm that many founders, C-suites, and boards are working to develop business models and strategies that deliver positive environmental and social impact and good governance. But too many are simply paying lip service to these ideals, posturing or purpose washing, or unable to follow through on their good intentions with significant action, as the collective underperformance of the Business Roundtable signees shows. And for every company trying to do the right thing, there are others who, even when caught engaging in bad behavior, face limited consequences. For example, amid criticism for deforestation, child labor violations, wage fixing, and tax evasion, Cargill continued to be a leading global agribusiness, despite evidence that showing that it ignored the harmful impact its content algorithms have on young users. Meta continues to be one of the world's most successful technology companies. On a path forward, how do companies failing in one or more of these areas move to success in all three? It's no easy feat to simultaneously deliver value for customers, employees, and communities, as well as shareholders. To do so often requires painful trade-offs or compromises. For example, increased pay for workers and more environmentally responsible sourcing might mean higher product prices. But corporate leaders cannot shy away from such debates and decisions nor hide them from public view. They must take time to reflect on fundamental questions such as, why do we exist as a company? Who would care if we were gone? What value do we want to create? How do we want to create it, and for whom? These are not academic questions. Rather, they get to the very core of your purpose, from which you'll gain insight into how to build and sustain a viable company. From there, you ask more specific questions like, what do we see as a fair profit margin? How much money should our C-suite make relative to frontline workers? Which negative externalities aren't being factored into our P&L, and how might we address them? In many cases, you might need to entirely rethink your business model, compensation structure, resource allocation, and compact with shareholders. Again, I know this is a lot of business talk, but it is interesting to read this. Again, this is much to go down here, so I don't think I want to read all that. But yeah, I mean, as you can see, this has a lot to do with business talk. And this is, again, like I said, this is very much like a group huddle sort of article that they're having. It's like, hey guys, I know we kind of want to skim, and cut corners a bit, but we got to do things right. Because if not, we're going to have communism. That's just basically what this article is. It's like people hate capitalism, and we need to do good capitalism. Again, it's so funny that we always come to that conversation of like, well, there's capitalism and then there's crony capitalism. It's just, oh my God. I mean, that's basically what this article is trying to argue against. It is the capitalists trying to reinforce and reflect on hey, we're kind of creating our own worst enemy here. And and as we see with this assassination, I mean, this has huge implications. So yeah, so I'm going to read the last couple paragraphs here. So okay. So yeah, let me start here. As CEO and founder Peter Gassner explained in a 2020 letter, this move was, quote, a way to align our certificate of incorporation to the values-based way we operate. It makes clear to customers that our purposes will remain aligned, and it also demonstrates to our employers and candidates that Viva is a place where they can feel good about giving their best, end quote. He later said, quote, we believe social and economic benefits go hand in hand and have always operated with the long-term view that doing the right thing for our customers, employees, and communities ultimately allows us to deliver the best results for investors, end quote. Current initiatives align to Viva's PBC purpose, including enabling faster, less expensive, more accessible clinical trials through the Viva Digital Trials platform, supporting customer choice and removing competitive barriers by allowing third parties, often competitors, to access proprietary data and products, and creating jobs with high potential for development and advancement. Fair and competitive compensation and benefits, location flexibility, and without abusive restrictions, and a workspace expected to grow from 5,000 in 2021 to more than 10,000 in 2025. These examples show that companies operating in complex industries with diverse and competing stakeholders do have the capacity to deliver value to all of them, customers, employees, communities, and shareholders at once. And research shows that there are long-term benefits to doing so. According to Deloitte, I hope I'm saying that right, trusted companies outperform their peers by up to 400%. So we encourage more companies to follow the lead of Bueller, DBS, and Viva. Brian Thompson's murder and the public reaction to it revealed a swell of rage for corporate America that took many business leaders by surprise, but which doesn't seem to be dissipating anytime soon. Let's wake up and address these issues before another tragedy occurs. So that is, yeah, that is, the assessment there, the sort of reflection there that people are having about again, like, there's a shift here. And again, the fact that this killing occurred from, such a young man, promising background and promising future, like, yeah, man, again, it's a wake-up call, as they're saying, for corporate America, because, you deliver these lower quality services, lower quality products, and then people lose trust. And then, of course, there's an alienation that happens because people, they see how much they work, right? Like, I work my ass off, and I'm barely making $12 an hour, and it's just like, at a certain point, it's like, what the fuck am I doing? And I try to do other gigs to make some money on the side, but like, it's like, this week I worked like 46 hours, so it's like I don't really have like, and like they wanted me to do a double today, and I kind of had to lie to get out of it, so I'm just like, again, there's only so many hours you can fit in the week, man. Like, Jesus Christ. And I wake up early, too. I do a lot of openings. I don't mind doing it. But it's just like, goddamn, I need time for other things. So, yeah, on the one hand, at least I'm working and making some money. It's going to be a bit difficult to, like, schedule these recordings and, also having to edit them down. So hopefully I can do that quickly. But, yeah. This, portion, the domestic portion of this episode, is a lot to discuss, especially with this assassination and this public profile of Luigi Mangione. There's huge implications here. There really are. So, we're still unpacking a lot. He hasn't even made his appearance in New York. I think he's still in Pennsylvania. Like, he has to get extradited, and the whole that's gonna be a whole thing. Dude. Like, I know it's a cliche term, but like, we're actually living through a movie now. This is good. This is huge. This could be the trial of the century. Like seriously. Wow. So yeah. So here, at least with this last article, and this is a short one, but this is from Ken Klippenstein. who received this information, the manifesto from Luigi Mangione. It's a pretty quick read, but at least we'll read it here. And then of course there's some people, there's some people saying that this is like, this is clearly a planted manifesto. Again, I don't want to dive too deep into those sort of conspiracies. There are a lot of facts here that could, there's a pretty good reason, especially considering his back issues. That would drive anybody insane. So, now I'm not saying that he's like, no, he's like mentally unwell or anything. Like, it was just, again, it's the material circumstances and his physical health. Your physical health is determined by your material circumstances. So it's just like, man, like, dude, it's just crazy to think about. So this is his manifesto, and it's a short read. And again, this is sort of like why many people are like, he's not a leftist, because like this would have, if it were a leftist, like it would have been like a whole book. And who knows, man? Like, who knows? So here, the manifesto from Ken Klippenstein's website. Quote, "To the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial. Some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, sort of like a architecture program, and a lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife or traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites had it coming. A reminder, the US has the number one most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly 42 in life expectancy. United is the indecipherable largest company in the United States by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, and Walmart. It has grown and grown, but has our life expectancy? No, the reality is these indecipherable have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. But many have illuminated the corruption and greed, e.g. Rosenthal, Moore, decades ago. And the problems simply remain. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I'm the first to face it with such brutal honesty." So again, this is a just pretty quick manifesto. So it's sort of crazy to read this, and like, of course, there are going to be some people trying to say he's a leftist, but like, you don't read anything here about any sort of leftist ideology and about like, the class oppression about this, the consciousness, and like, it's just like, he calls them parasites, right? He calls again, I guess he's just like, he was just starting to get radicalized by it, but he just kind of went too far with it, and then, certain like the back pain he was experiencing didn't help. Yeah, it's just crazy to think about, him just like, because apparently he kind of went off the grid with his family for a couple months before this. So yeah, man, he just kind of snapped, and then he just went off the deep end, and then he somehow pulls off this shooting. And again, so many details are going to come out. Like, how did he get that information? How did he know where Thompson was going to be? At what time he was going to get out? The time of the meeting? Like, dude. Like, I'm telling you, the CIA got involved. I'm telling you, because this guy's basically like a spy. So oh man, it's crazy. But it's also crazy that like he got caught so quickly and so openly. I think he just did the shooting, and then like after that he was just like, well, like he just didn't know what to do after that. He's not. I guess he's just again just to see the manifesto that was so open, to see like the comment that he made when he got arrested and he was like quickly shuffled away. So I think he wanted to get caught, and I think he, which is why he just went to a random McDonald's, just to get a hash brown. That's pretty funny, actually. So I think he wanted to get caught. He has this, manifesto. He had the gun on him, I mean, this is not a guy who's a criminal. This is not a guy who's just going to live on the run forever. I think he just wanted to do this one thing, and then he just gets caught. I mean, if anything, he could have just like walked into the station. So who knows? Maybe, you just shot somebody, and like your initial instinct is to run. So that makes sense, I guess. But yeah, I don't think he really had plans to live on the run. Wow, it's crazy. It's crazy. And then as I read in that Harvard article, there's a change and a shift in the perceptions of the corporate America and of capitalism. And again, it has nothing to do with ideology. We're not forcing people to read Marx. We're just, he said, this is an insult to American, lived experiences. This is our experiences, what we're going through. And then you have people who don't really have anything to worry about saying, no, you don't need healthcare. Yeah, man. Oh, you just need to manage your money better. That's it. It's those immigrants that, they raised the housing prices or some other bullshit, Again, I don't certainly think that, there's going to be any sort of breakthroughs anytime soon, but this is certainly the first step. And of course, you see online, he has become a figure. You could look at my feed. I've been posting a lot of memes about him, but yeah, man, this is big. He represents something, he represents a new change, especially now with Trump about to get the office, political violence that could come out. Again, there's some comments to being like, another Italian American hero being struck down by our justice system. This is anti-Italian discrimination, I tell you. It's another Sacco and Vanzetti. It's just some bullshit like that, wow. Because that's kind of what happened, they would use these cases of it's an Italian criminal, and then they would try to frame it as there's because anarchism in the early 20th century, late 19th, early 20th century, was a true political movement, and a truly global there was a true crackdown globally of terrorism against the anarchist movement, and it was a lot of it was targeting of Italians. So they kind of trying to do that with the left here, trying to frame him as a leftist, but you're seeing a sort of a break in that where especially you can look at Ben Shapiro's videos where a lot of people are just saying nah, actually I get it, so yeah, dude. And again, he had, here Luigi had all kinds of weird perspectives. So again, this guy was not motivated ideologically in the sense of left wing class revolution. Again, this is probably a mix of his awakening of the corruptions of the healthcare industry through his direct experiences having these back issues, and then having to deal with the headaches that come with having a messed up back and then needing care for it, and then having to go through this bullshit with the industry, and making claims, and again, this is a guy who's well off, so his family could have helped him. I don't know, because there are some well-off families that are genuinely you gotta pull yourself up sort of mentality, which is kind of weird, because that's why rich families are rich, because they look after each other. But anyway, yeah, dude, who knows? So he just went off the deep end and sort of had this awakening, and I guess he just realized that you can't keep talking about it forever. That's what he's saying, so it's just my point is just I don't condone it, okay? I certainly would never tell anybody to do that, and I mean that genuinely. You should not shoot somebody in the street. I mean, I make jokes about it because it is funny. Because I mean, like that guy was a dickhead, but it's like, my point is like, if you don't want this to happen, then you have to provide those services. You have to provide, a more like an outlet for that rage. Because I mean, again, man, like, I mean, dude, people are gonna snap about this, like, and I think about my mom and like, as she gets older and her health is going to continue to decline, I'm like, I already know that there's nothing I can do about it. Like that's the fucked up thing, and it's just like, and of course I'm going to be blamed for like whatever problems that we have because I'm supposed to be, the breadwinner that has to save this broken family. But like, dude, it's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. But at least now we're having this conversation. And even corporate America is forced to have this conversation because they recognize that, the peasants, they're a bit mad. Like, and, as I was mentioning here, and I'm just going to like read this quick headline here. Just a quick tweet. But here there was like, again, as I said, a Florida woman that was charged with allegedly threatening Blue Cross Blue Shield and then making the same comments. So it's delay, denied, depose. So what she said was delay, denied, depose. You people are next. When her claim got denied, and then she got arrested for that. But yeah. But again, that shows that like people are stepping up. I mean, again, I'm just on my feed now. I'm just gonna because I'm on my Twitter page because this is where like a lot of these jokes are coming from. Let me see. So I saw 2 tweets already, but let me see if there's anything else that comes up from Luigi. Okay, that's 3. I mean, again, this is probably just because of my algorithm. My algorithm is just like, this is all I ever talk about now. So that's 4, 5, 6. And these are just like irrelevant like memes now. Like he's just like, he's become a meme. It's just like, it's crazy. So anyway, yeah, man. Wow, crazy. And this has huge implications, in terms of like, not just like corporate American and like perception, not just like perceptions of corporate America and perceptions of the healthcare industry, but this is also going to have a response from the state, from the police state, the surveillance state, like. They're having a serious moment of like, we cannot allow this to happen again. NYPD certainly looked embarrassing here. Yeah. Again, my genuine theory is that like he wanted to get caught. Like he just went on the run because again, you just shot somebody, so like obviously you're in a panic. Again, this guy is not an assassin. Okay, I'm not sure how he knew how to operate that weapon. I mean, they're saying that it was like a 3D printed ghost gun. Who knows? But yeah, man. I mean, like he ran, and then he just went to a McDonald's, and then he got recognized. And it's just kind of crazy to think about, like, how did people like recognize him from? Yeah, how did people recognize him from that video? I would not think to like look over and be like, that's the guy. Like, I could like, it's just the quality isn't so good. But it's just so interesting, and like it really just goes to show that like this guy ultimately was a good kid. He's a good kid. Like he's just in a shitty situation because the system is fucked up, and yet yeah, man, these corporations are evil. Like they fucking ruin people's lives. So it's like, I do believe he was a good person. He's a good person and a good kid, because like if you look at the video, apparently what happened was like, yeah, he was talking with the receptionist, and he just takes the mask off because they were flirting, because like that's ultimately who he is. Like he's just a young guy who just wants to meet young women, just talk with them, Yeah, the one video, the one photo that they had for the suspect is him making like a charming smile, chatting up a pretty receptionist. Like that's the one video. that we have of him. I mean, dude. Oh my god. And there's so many details are coming out about him. Like, nobody really has bad things to say, really. So yeah, man, it's crazy. Again, he doesn't fit the profile, right? So yeah. So, I mean, that's really all I got to say for this segment. Again, a bit hyper-focused on this specific event. Series of events that are ongoing. I mean, the trial. I mean, dude, this is, I mean, like I said, trial of the century, for real. And like the political, like fallout from it as well. And like the class awakening from it. Hopefully this is like the start of some sort of class awakening. You know, if the Democrats, I mean, you can never trust Republicans, of course, but if the Democrats are smart, they'll recognize that, oh shit, we should probably go back on healthcare. That might be a winning strategy. Maybe, if they were smart. Oh my god, dude. Oh, I hate everything. It's just so bad. Everything sucks. I'm sorry, man. But anyway, so that's domestically. And you know, I believe the next time I'll record, consider my work schedule, I'm probably just gonna wait until like after Trump gets elected to record, because yeah, man, it's gonna be a new world. I mean, we already live in a new world, okay? Just from the fall of Syria, the Assad regime in Syria, and this assassination, we already live in like a new world. And then Trump is, and then just throw Trump into that. Great. Oh my god. But yeah, that's I'll discuss that in the next portion. The collapse of the Assad regime, because I mean, of all the things that have happened this year, that just came out of left field, really. And I thought that like the regime would have put up a stronger fight, but you know, their military was probably tapped out. And, you know, Russia's focused elsewhere. And then, yeah, of course, you know, you have October 7th and Iran in a shooting war with Israel. And then Israel's already invading Syria. Like, it's just like, God, like, you guys can take a break for 1 fucking minute. Oh my God. They're such assholes. Like, dude, like, they're just assholes. I hate Israel so much. God, they're fucking assholes. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm gonna, you know, dive deeper into that in the next segment. But, wow. What a new day. I mean, wow, we live in a new world. I'm telling you, man. And then come January 20th, we're going to be rocking hard. I'm telling you that. And so as we enter the international geopolitical portion of this podcast, you know, there's so much that we can uncover, so much that we can like dive into. Because, I mean, where do I begin? You know, there's, of course, the coup attempt in South Korea. That was a whole debacle. And actually today, as of this recording, Saturday, December 14th, they actually went ahead and impeached the president of South Korea, whose name escapes me at the moment. But I'm just like, how do you, like, it's so crazy. And like at first, like they sent the special forces into the parliament, and then you have like, you had like members of parliament like live streaming like them like climbing over the fence. And then they still managed to vote unanimously across all like lines against the martial law declaration. And then they did the first attempt at the impeachment, which failed. And now they did the second attempt, and then that vote went through. But it's just crazy. And then all the details that are coming out. The defense minister tried to commit suicide. Like supposedly they wanted to do a false flag operation with North Korea, but then North Korea didn't catch the bait. And it's just like, what is happening? Like that's okay. So that is just some other thing that I'll probably touch on a little bit later, because I wanted to focus specifically on the collapse of the Syrian Assad Syrian regime, which is just like just came out of nowhere. And this was just like again, this was just a complete collapse of the military structure. The complete collapse of the state. You know, as of now, there appear to be some negotiations with the different factions. Of course, there's HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. And again, you know, Syria is like one of these subject matters, because when I started this recording, like the podcast in general, the Syrian civil war just like kind of froze, you know. So there really wasn't much time for me to focus on the actual specific factions and dynamics and, this and that, ISIS, and because like it hadn't flared up. But now, of course, we're here with the collapse of this regime and a whole new world for the Arab, the Middle East in general. Yeah, man. I mean, this is gonna have shockwaves for generations, like seriously. And on the one hand, of course, when I see the Syrian people under this brutal regime, finally, breaking free of those chains and reuniting with their families in the prisons, like I do sympathize with that very much. These are very inspiring images to see, like, people finally being free of this despotic regime. Because like, I'm not gonna be one of these people. Like, I'm not one of these people where I'm like, oh, I hate American imperialism, so I just automatically support whoever's against it. Like, I can understand like why certain regimes and factions like stand against America, and I can recognize that it's a sort of check on the balance. It's a check on like the power projection of American imperialism, which of course I'm just unequivocally against. But that doesn't mean that I think they're good. I don't think that Russia is any good. I just recognize that, of course, yeah, Russia is gonna try to project their imperial power because they have to check America, because America is trying to step into Russia like that. So, it's not that I like it. It's just like, that's just what it is. I just understand the geopolitics. But anyway, so yeah, with Assad specifically, because like, I've started to like, and when I say read, it's just mainly Wikipedia. But like, I've started to at least, dive into the regime of the Assad, Hafez, and, his brother, who was supposed to be like the heir apparent, and then he dies in a car crash, and then Bashar, who was like noted as being like quiet, almost sort of like apparently like he was bullied by his brother, so I guess like maybe like certain effeminate qualities that like I mean, I don't know what the dynamics are, because it's a very secretive family, but like you can kind of sense that like Bashar was like kind of thrown into a position that he was never really meant to be in. And of course, there's the image of like Bashar the lion, right? What's the song? Is like Bashar Suri ya Bashar. Like, it's just all kinds of image and propaganda. But I mean, this guy's an eye surgeon, and yeah, he doesn't really strike me. Again, I didn't realize until very recently that he spoke fluent English. I mean, of course, he was in London, but like, watching the interviews, because I mean, this war started when I was like a kid in like high school, so like I didn't really follow it too much. Like, all I really saw from it was like images on, Twitter. And it was just crazy to like be in like, because I mean, that was like 2011, 2012 when it started. So yeah, it's just crazy to see like this country just fall apart, and like, entire cities getting carpet bombed, and then seeing ISIS take hold. And like, it's like, this war is a genuine like collapse, like a collapse of Syria as a state. And I mean, still like the country doesn't really exist. It's a transitional government. There's all kinds of factions and warlords, and yeah, man, like who knows what's going to come from that. But yeah, so as I said, this is a area that I've already known about. I certainly recognize the dynamics at play, like ethnic, religious dynamics at play, but I'm not exactly as I'm not exactly as, it's not my area of expertise. So, I have a general understanding of it, but of course this is a very fluid situation, different factions here, different figures, the very complex history of this family, this regime that just ruled for 50 years, iron fist rule. And it's not just the family, because there's also the Alawites and the Druze and Christians. There was sort of support from that to keep the regime in place. And now that the regime has fallen, the Sunni Islamists, who are the majority, there's fears of retribution. So it's like, there's already people fleeing the country. And it's just crazy because you read about Europe, and like they're already processing like denials of asylums, and they already have plans to deport people. So it's like, again, this is just like the shockwaves of this. Like it's huge. It's like, because like the whole right-wing shift in Europe that's been happening, has been a result of this immigration crisis, or the migrant crisis. There's still people still talk about that episode of violence that happened with women during the New Year's Day assault. I'm butchering the details of it, but people still talk about that. I mean, of course, that is a serious event that should be taken seriously. But it's just that poisoned the well for European politics forever, that sort of thing. And then of course, anytime now, you can talk about the so-called Amsterdam pogrom that just happened. They're trying to say oh, you see these Arab youths, they're attacking Jewish people, and they're it's, yeah, man, this is getting big, So of course this Syrian war, it's not over. Okay, of course, you have a lot of the media trying to portray it as oh, well, there's this new government, this revolutionary government, but yeah, HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, they're rebranded Al-Qaeda, seriously, and they're already branded as terrorists, and there are already talks to declassify them. So it's just, again, you look at Assad and the horrible things that he did. Don't get me wrong, the guy's a piece of shit, the family, horrible, but that regime took place in many respects as a check to Israel, okay? And so, yeah, if the Assad family served American interests, if the Assad family wasn't so hostile towards Israel, then, if the civil war broke out under a U.S. supportive Assad regime, we would have funded them like nothing. Yeah, that's just all it is if the Assad family was subservient to American interests, it wasn't so hostile to Israel, then, we would have sent our troops into Syria. That's just, again, Assad, yeah, Assad is evil, but look what we supported in Gaza, nothing. And it's just that's all it is. It's just about imperialism and power. That's all it's about. They don't care about the freedom of the Syrian people. And you can already sense, Israel's literally invading Syria right now. They're establishing a so-called buffer zone, okay? And it's just they're 20 kilometers from Damascus, and it's sort of not spoken about. And they've done the largest airstrike waves in history against Syria, just completely dismantling all the military infrastructure. Just you have Netanyahu saying, "Oh, we support this regime. We support the freedom of Syrian people, but we are also willing to kill you all if you pose a threat to us." That's what he's trying to say, and he's already dismantling their Air Force. Air Force, Navy, taking out depots. Just crazy. And, I'm just curious to see what's going to happen with this new, because this is a national awakening that's happening now. This is a nation, the Syrian people, emerging out of a dynastic rule, dynastic dictatorship, 50 years. Okay. There were people in these prisons who were just, liberated, that they didn't know that the father had died. So they still believed Hafez was in charge. They also still believed that they thought the troops that were liberating them were Saddam Hussein's army. This is crazy, man. Dude, oh my God. I need to get on track, because I'm just, there's so much, because I wanted to talk with this at least to a couple people, and there was one person that was talking about Revelations. I'm okay, again, there's just so much. There was this one guy, because I was watching this live. So I was at work, and I was kind of kind of on my phone a bit too much. And then one of my coworkers who's a bit younger, he's "Oh, what you looking at your phone? You texting your girl?" And I'm just "No, I'm reading the news." And of course he's "Oh, what? The news?" Because yeah, it's it's kind of crazy. I'm the only person who keeps up with events, and I live in an elder care center, so they read the newspapers, but it's mainly just local news. But here I am reading the digital newspaper, I guess, and following this geopolitical, just explosion that's happening. And Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's just like talking to this, like, because he's like 19 years old. Like, I'm fucking old, man. So he's like 19, and I'm just like explaining to him about Syria, and he's like, damn, that's crazy. He didn't give a shit. But I'm just like, hey, that's just like, this is history, and I'm a history major. Anyway, so yeah, to get on track, because like I'm just talking here, but to get on track, I wanted to read this article from Reuters. So this is specifically about like the final hours of Assad in Syria, or the title of this article is Assad's Final Hours in Syria, Deception, Despair, and Flight. And this is a Reuters article from Samia Nakul, Maya Gabedi, Parissa Hafezi, and Suleiman Al-Khalidi. So just reading this here. So Bashar al-Assad confided in almost no one about his plans to flee Syria as his reign collapsed. Instead, aides, officials, and even relatives were deceived or kept in the dark. More than a dozen people with knowledge of the events told Reuters. Hours before he escaped from Moscow, Assad assured a meeting of about 30 army and security chiefs at the defense ministry on Saturday that Russian military support was on its way and urged ground forces to hold out, according to a commander who was present and requested anonymity to speak about the briefing. Civilian staff were none the wiser too. Assad told his presidential office manager on Saturday when he finished work he was going home, but instead headed to the airport, according to an aide in his inner circle. He also called his media advisor, Butaina Shaban, and asked her to come to his house to write him a speech. The aide said she arrived to find no one was there. Quote, Assad didn't even make a last stand. He didn't even rally his own troops. End quote. Nadim Houri, executive director of the Arab Reform Initiative regional think tank. Quote, he let his supporters face their own fate. End quote. Reuters was unable to contact Assad in Moscow, where he has been granted political asylum. Interviews with 14 people familiar with his final days and hours in power paint a picture of a leader casting around for outside help to extend his 24-year rule before leaning on deception and stealth to plot his exit from Syria in the early hours of Sunday. Most of the sources, who include aides in the former president's inner circle, regional diplomats, and security sources and senior Iranian officials, ask for their names to be withheld to freely discuss sensitive matters. Assad didn't even inform his younger brother, Maher, commander of the Army's elite 4th Armored Division, about his exit plan, according to 3 aides. Maher flew a helicopter to Iraq and then to Russia, one of the people said. Assad's maternal cousin, Ehab, and Ayad Makhlouf were similarly left behind as Damascus fell to the rebels, according to a Syrian aide and Lebanese security official. The pair tried to flee by car to Lebanon, but were ambushed on the way by rebels who shot Ehab and wounded Ayad, they said. There was no official confirmation of the death, and Reuters were unable to independently verify the incident. Assad himself fled Damascus by plane on Sunday, December 8th, flying under the radar with the aircraft's transponder switched off, 2 regional diplomats said, escaping the clutches of rebels storming the capital. The dramatic exit ended his 24 years of rule and his family's half a century of unbroken power, and brought the 13-year civil war to an abrupt halt. He flew to Russia's Hemem air base in the Syrian coastal city of Latakia, and from there on to Moscow. Assad's immediate family, wife Asma, and their 3 children were already waiting for him in the Russian capital, according to 3 former close aides and senior regional officials. Videos of Assad's home, taken by rebels and citizens who thronged the presidential complex following his flight and posted on social media, suggest he made a hasty exit, showing cooked food left on the stove and several personal belongings left behind, such as family photo albums. Wow, that's just like, that's crazy to think about, man. You know? Like, again, it's just kind of crazy to think about being in that position and just like realizing it's over, and then making your plans, and then like getting your children, your wife out, because like he took everything, like he took all the gold, right? Yeah, all the money. And you have to deceive everybody. He didn't even tell his brother. He didn't tell his cousins. He didn't tell nobody. Wow, man. That's just crazy. Crazy, bro. Such a powerful family for all these years, and then just like that, nothing. Just gone. Wow. So yeah, okay. So this is another portion here. They're talking about Russia and Iran, because they're a bit, they've been, they got their hands full, and Syria for a while had been like quiet. So like, of course, they diverted resources and manpower, and now it's just, escalated, and they can't get there in time. So right here, Russia and Iran, no military rescue. There would be no military rescue from Russia, whose intervention in 2015 had helped turn the tide of the civil war in favor of Assad, or from his staunch ally, Iran. This had been made clear to the Syrian leader in the days leading up to his exit, when he sought aid from various quarters in a desperate race to cling to power and secure his safety, according to the people interviewed by Reuters. Assad visited Moscow on November 28th, a day after Syrian rebel forces attacked the northern province of Aleppo and lightning drive across the country, but his pleas for military intervention fell on deaf ears in the Kremlin, which was unwilling to intervene, 3 regional diplomats said. Hadi al-Bahra, the head of Syria's main opposition abroad, said that Assad didn't convey the reality of the situation to aides back home, citing a source within Assad's close circle and regional official. Quote, he told his commanders and associates after his Moscow trip that military support was coming, end quote. Bahra said, quote, he was lying to them. The message he received from Moscow was negative, end quote. Wow, man. So like he knew. So like from that point on, he just like made his plans to escape. Wow. Right, so here, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told reporters on Wednesday that Moscow has spent a lot of effort in helping stabilize Syria in the past, but his priorities now was the conflict in Ukraine. 4 days after that trip, on December 2nd, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araki met with Assad in Damascus. By that time, the rebels from the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham Islamist group had taken control of Syria's second largest city, Aleppo, and were sweeping southwards as government forces crumbled. Assad was visibly distressed during the meeting and conceded that his military was too weakened to mount an effective resistance, a senior Iranian diplomat told Reuters. Assad never requested that Tehran deploy forces in Syria, though, according to 2 senior Iranian officials who said he understood that Israel could use any such intervention as a reason to get Iranian forces in Syria, or even Iran itself. The Kremlin and Russian Foreign Ministry declined to comment for this article, while the Iranian Foreign Ministry was not immediately available to comment. Okay. And in this final portion here, just about like Assad's reaction, because it's just kind of crazy to think about, like, yeah, he didn't go down to the bunker, the Führer bunker. He didn't have the whole like, mein Führer, Steiner is not coming moment. He didn't happen. It's just crazy to think about, like, wow, like he's just like quietly like understanding like it's over, and then just making his plans and deceiving even his closest, generals and aides, like just making the moves, getting your people out, getting your assets out. Wow. Again, he told his speechwriter, like he lied to his speechwriter, I guess, because like, I would imagine in his position that like even his own like security and like military establishment are spying on him to make sure he doesn't do anything, because like this is the regime, it's like it's a mafia, and everybody's got dirt on everybody, and you have like the military, you have the Navy, the Air Force, they're all like different factions. And so I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of details come out about like the inner workings of the Syrian regime, and like how it just was attempting to keep itself together. Yeah. So let me read this final portion and I'll have some thoughts. So Assad confronts own downfall. After exhausting his options, Assad finally accepted the inevitability of his downfall and resolved to leave the country, ending his family's dynastic rule, which dates back to 1971. 3 members of Assad's inner circle said he initially wanted to seek refuge in the United Arab Emirates as rebels seized Aleppo and Homs and were advancing towards Damascus. They said he was rebuffed by the Emiratis, who feared an international backlash for harboring a figure subject to U.S. and European sanctions for allegedly using chemical weapons in a crackdown on insurgents, accusations that Assad has rejected as a fabrication. Could you imagine just Assad just like hanging out in Dubai? Like, what the fuck? Like, it's so fucking crazy to think about. Oh my god. Right, so the UAE government didn't immediately respond to requests for a comment. Yet Moscow, while unwilling to intervene militarily, was not prepared to abandon Assad, according to a Russian diplomatic source who spoke on condition of anonymity. Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, attending the Doha Forum in Qatar on Saturday and Sunday, spearheaded the diplomatic effort to secure the safety of Assad, engaged in Turkey and Qatar to leverage their connections to HTS to secure Assad's safe exit to Russia, two regional officials said. One Western security source said that Lavrov did whatever he could to secure Assad's safe departure. Qatar and Turkey made arrangements with HTS to facilitate Assad's exit, three of the sources said, despite official claim by both countries that they had no contacts with HTS, which is designated by the US and the UN as terrorist organizations. Wow, so that's what they're saying. So like HTS sort of let them go. Like, damn, what the fuck? That's crazy. What is happening here? Oh my goodness, man. It just really goes to show that like a lot of this like geopolitics, it's just a game, man. And like they have like rules of engagement, like, you know, sort of like I guess, you know, because like they call it chivalry, right? Like you have like the nobility in certain times where they wouldn't kill you, but they would, you know, hold you ransom. Like that was sort of the code of conduct most of the time. So I guess here they're like, oh, we're not gonna let, like they were willing to let Gaddafi go out and get lynched in the street because he was such a thorn in the side for them. I guess for Bashar al-Assad, it's like, we're gonna give you this exit, you know, just as a favor. But, you know, we want to make some changes around here. Who knows? Yeah, man. But, like, imagine if, like, if it had gone differently, like, could you imagine seeing, like, videos of Bashar al-Assad getting lynched? Like, that would be fucking crazy. Oh, my God. Like we're living in incredible times. And they've already, like, lynched, like, a couple, like, I think they lynched, like, one of his relatives, like, a younger, like, a very notorious, figure in the Assad family, like I guess a younger nephew or cousin, and they just like lynched him in the street. And that, yeah, I mean the retribution killings are starting, you know, so it's bad. Crazy. But I guess, you know, for Moscow, my at least interpretation of it is that, you know, they were willing to take him in because like that's one way to like, I guess, secure loyalty abroad. It's like, you know, Russia is out here supporting like these regimes. The US is also we're supporting regimes abroad, but it's like you support this regime abroad, and not even in specifically like just like a family, like say like this figurehead. I'm trying to think of like another country that Russia supports. What I'm trying to think. Okay, anyway, you know, like they support Syria, they support Assad, Bashar al-Assad, and then as the state is crumbling, they secure his safe, you know, asylum, which is a signal to other allies that, listen, if things go south, we will protect you. Like, that's just what I'm trying to say. It's a way to secure loyalty. Okay? So, of course, the UAE, I mean, it's the UAE. I mean, like, you know, it doesn't really have that sort of power projection, you know, and like cover, you know. But Russia, of course, it's untouchable. You can't, yeah, they're not going to go in there. Like, Putin has warrants, okay? He has the ICC warrants, and of course, you know, that limits where he can go sometimes, but yeah, nobody's going to go in there. Nobody's going to try to arrest him. Anyway, yeah, so where did I go off? Okay, so yeah, so Moscow also coordinated with neighboring states to ensure that a Russian plane leaving Syrian airspace with Assad on board would not be intercepted or targeted, three of the sources said. Qatar's foreign ministry didn't immediately respond to queries about Assad's exit, while Reuters was unable to reach HTS for comment. A Turkish government official said there was no Russian request to use Turkish airspace for Assad's flight, though didn't address whether Ankara worked with HTS to facilitate the escape. Assad's last prime minister, Mohammed Jalali, said he spoke to his then president on the phone on Saturday at 10:30 p.m. Quote, in our last call, I told him how difficult the situation was and that there was huge displacement of people from Homs towards Latakia, that there was panic and horror in the streets. He told Saudi-owned Al Arabiya TV this week, quote, he required tomorrow we will see. Jalali added, tomorrow was the last thing he told me, end quote. Like, he was just gone. He was probably already on the flight. It's like, oh yeah, I'll call you tomorrow. Yeah. So Jalali said he tried to call Assad again as dawn broke on Sunday, but there was no response. Yeah, so he was gone. So that is just crazy, bro. Again, it's kind of crazy to listen to those sort of details from such close associates. Yeah, like, because again, like, this is like such a secretive family, and yet at the same time they're still human, and he could smell, what was coming, he could smell the gas, and he's just like, I'm out of here. It's over. Again, there's only so much you can speculate, like with personal details about this family. Again, he was the second son, and he didn't exactly have the right stuff. But of course, he's the second son, so he wasn't exactly groomed to rule. And then his brother dies, and now you have to inherit it. And yeah, I mean, who knows? Like, it's gonna be crazy to think about what kind of life he's gonna have. Yeah, man. And he's like an eye surgeon by trade. That's the other thing too. So, like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how verifiable it is, but like they're saying like he might open up like a practice, like just eye surgery. Who fucking knows, man? It's just crazy. Like, what the fuck, man? But at the same time, I kind of think about like what kind of like position he might have been. I'm not saying that he's a sympathetic figure at all, but it really makes you think about people who are born into such positions of power. And I mean, basically, they're like a royalty. They're like a monarchy. So it's like you're born into this position of royalty where like it is your birthright to inherit this kingdom, and like you maybe don't exactly want it, maybe you don't exactly know what to do, but you have to do it, because if you don't take it, then who else is going to come in? That's going to create a power struggle. And like, that could have, I mean, like the civil war in Syria was going to happen, like, just regardless. Like, the situation is just untenable. It's that the way that it's sort of designed, like an ethnically diverse country, minority rule country with a iron grip, military force, sort of like dynastic ruler, like cult of personality, really. Yeah, man. A secular government. I was just reading something where it's like, secularism is like perceived as like tyrannical, which kind of like causes that Islamist reaction. So that's where you see like ISIS having such huge support. Again, there's just so much to dissect. And again, like, I'm not entirely qualified to comment on this. So I would recommend listening to more qualified, individuals. I've been reading or listening to Electronic Intifada, Mid-Press News. Let me try to think about other sources. Yeah, Colonial Outcast, which is, that's Greg Stoker's specific, personal podcast. Let me read. What else? We'll just read up in general. Caspian Report, that's what I was listening to last. Just read up and follow it, because this is in many respects like the Lebanese civil war. Like, it's almost impossible to like that requires like years of research to like fully understand. Like, it is truly like, a clusterfuck. So like that's what the Syrian civil war is in many respects, and it's not over. I mean, like, there's very real potential for another flashpoint to break out. And one of my speculations is a major division that could occur is the question of Israel and Palestine. Because, like, you're going to have these people who have just, like, liberated themselves from years of, like, effectively a genocidal dictatorship. Okay? Because, like, what Assad did to his people is, like, I don't care, like, what kind of, like, support for the axis of resistance is. This guy's evil. Like, he's a real piece of shit. So, yeah, I mean, like, are they going to be able to make the connection that, like, oh, like, we were killed in genocide and occupied by, a tyrannical government, And again, he's an Alawite. Okay, you can imagine that there's like a form of like not necessarily apartheid because it's a fairly integrated country, but like just discrimination, right? Like, oh, we were, occupied by an Alawite majority government or minority rule, Alawite government that like massacred us. And then now here is Israel, a minority population occupying, Palestinians and like effectively killing them, genociding them. Like, hello? Like, I mean, Israel's already invading Syria. So it's like, is that going to cause like a flashpoint? Like, is there going to be like a political awakening of like, oh, we need to stand against Israel? It's just like, it just circles back to like being anti-Israel and then like getting support from Russia and Iran. That'd be so funny. Because Israel's just like already preemptively occupied and bombed them. And already, they've taken the highest mountain. So let me read this article from CNN just about like the moves from Israel. Cause it's like, I don't know what Netanyahu's thinking, because like I guess Lebanon didn't go so well, so he wants to send troops somewhere to like make it look like, oh, see, we are establishing security, a state of security. Please evacuate for an indefinite period. Like that's basically like what is happening here. Oh my goodness. So yeah. So reading here, CNN. Why Israel captured Syria's tallest mountain just hours after Assad fell. And this has to go into like a ceasefire agreement and so much diplomatic, like, like so much diplomacy just being thrown out the window now. Like, yeah, this is CNN writing this. So yeah, here, CNN wasted no time after Bashar al-Assad's fall to bomb all the Syrian military assets it wanted to keep out of the rebels' hands, striking nearly 500 targets, destroying the navy, and taking out, it claims, 90% of Syria's known surface-to-air missiles. But it is Israel's capture of Syria's highest peak, the Mount Hermon summit, that may prove among the most lasting prizes, though officials have insisted that its occupation is temporary. Quote, this is the highest place in the region, looking upon Lebanon, upon Syria, Israel, and said Ephraim Inbar, director of the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security. And it's pronounced JIS. I'm just saying that. JISS. JIS. Hey, we do a little trolling. Quote, it's strategically extremely important. There is no substitute for mountains, end quote. The summit of Mount Hermon lies in Syria in a buffer zone that separated Israel and Syrian forces for 50 years until last weekend when Israeli troops took control of it. Until Sunday, the summit was demilitarized and patrolled by UN peacekeepers, their highest permanent position in the world. Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, on Friday ordered the military to prepare for the harsh conditions of winter deployment. Quote, due to developments in Syria, it is of immense security importance to maintain our control over the summit of Mount Hermon, end quote, he said in a statement. The Israel Defense Force has advanced beyond the summit as far as Bek Qassam, about 25 kilometers from the Syrian capital, according to a Voice of the Capital, a Syrian activist group. CNN could not independently confirm that claim. An Israeli military spokesman this week denied that forces were, quote, advancing towards Damascus. Israel captured the Golan Heights, a strategic plateaus in southwestern Syria that abuts Mount Hermon in the 1967 war and has occupied it since. Syria attempted to retake the territory in the surprise attack in 1973 but failed. The occupation is illegal under international law, but the United States recognized Israel's claim on the Golan during the Trump administration. So that is just some area that has been annexed. Of course, this was supposed to be like this. The initial claim was like, oh, this is a strategic buffer state that we're going to establish, and then slowly but surely, oh no, now we've annexed it. Surprise, surprise. And that was, they're already talking about annexing this territory around Mount Hermon. So it's like, they just, any little like piece of, they're thieves. Like, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Like, it's just so crazy to think about, like, oh, just any attempt to snatch a little bit of territory, or we must secure this space, and then slowly but surely they're going to annex it. And again, they're already, demolishing and trying to make plans to colonize Gaza. It's just ridiculous, man. Like, these guys are fucking pieces of shit. I'm just, oh my god, dude. And it's crazy to think about because, like, they really want to do the greater Israel dream, which is like, it's impossible. You can't do it. Like, how are you going to go from the Nile to the Euphrates? Like, that's impossible. Now, again, because they're colonizers and they don't understand, like, just like the magnitudes, the magnitudes that will be required to even do that. Like, and again, because a lot of these people are Americans, so like they genuinely, even though they try to deny it, they view the Arabs as like the savage natives, right? That must be civilized or at least, pushed aside. But like the only reason why Europeans were able to colonize the Americas the way that they could was because they were wiped out by disease, okay? Which isn't going to happen here in the Middle East, okay? They're already acclimated to old world diseases, so it's just like, you can't do it. Like, it's impossible. Like, my God. But you can't tell them that. It's just crazy. Unbelievable. But that's what we're dealing with. They want to create the Lebensraum, right? They have that, like, sort of, like, farmer homestead dream of, like, the Middle East. And, like, oh, they're going to be farmers everywhere. And we're going to make the desert bloom. That's what they always say, right? Unbelievable. So, yeah. So, continuing. We have no intention to intervene in Syria's internal affairs, end quote. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said in a video days after Israel bombed hundreds of Syrian targets and seized the demilitarized buffer zone, quote, but we certainly intend to do everything necessary to take care of our security. Mount Hermon summit is a tremendous asset under Israel's control at 9,232 feet. It is higher than any point in Syria or Israel, and second to only one peak in Lebanon. Quote, people sometimes say in the age of missiles, land is not important, but it's simply untrue, Inbar said. In an academic paper published 2011, he wrote of the many advantages presented by Mount Hermon. Quote, it enables the use of electronic surveillance deep into Syrian territory, giving Israel early warning capacity in case of an impending attack, end quote. He wrote, advanced technological alternatives like airborne surveillance, he argued, was simply not comparable. Quote, in contrast to an installation on a mountain, these cannot carry heavy equipment such as big antenna, and they can be shot down by anti-air missiles, end quote. So again, even though they're saying that we are not annexing Mount Hermon, they're already saying the strategic benefits of this, and like, again, they're mainly concerned about Syria, or they're mainly concerned about Iran, right? And like there's many like talks now about one of the reasons why they're dismantling all the air defenses and all the Air Force capabilities is so that they can use Syrian airspace as a sort of springboard into Iran. So instead of having to go all the way across Iraq, Syria is a little closer. Yeah, anyway, at least they can travel undetected. Anyway, it's just, yeah, dude, it's crazy. Crazy. Right, so continuing. The peak is just over 35 kilometers from Damascus, which means that control of its foothills, also now an IDF hands, put the Syrian capital within range for artillery cannons. Israeli Prime Minister has said his hand is extended to the new government in Syria, but in the post-October 7th world, he and other national security heavyweights have made clear that they're not going to take any chances. Quote, mostly it's a comfort for us, end quote. Retired Brigadier General Israel Viv said of Israel's operations in Syria, quote, we have learned what happened in other countries when you have a terrorist organization that captures military infrastructure, that captures military equipment, end quote. Netanyahu also insisted that the occupation is temporary, quote, Israel will not permit jihadi groups to fill that vacuum and threaten Israeli communities on the Golan Heights with October 7th style attacks, end quote. He said his criteria for withdrawing, he said, was a Syrian force, quote, that is committed to the 1974 agreement can be established and security on our border can be guaranteed, end quote. It is unclear when that may be achieved. Whether the military withdraws, quote, is a political decision, end quote. Inbar said, quote, the military would love to stay there, end quote. So yeah. So I mean, this is what they say. You can't necessarily believe everything that they say. Yeah, it's difficult to, believe. But hey, that's, again, there's so many powers at play in Syria. There's Russia, right? There's the United States, and then there's more like regional powers at play. So Israel mainly, and Turkey. That's another factor, and Iran. And yeah, like they've all have their own eyes and plans for this, because I mean Syria is very much like a crossroads. So yeah, it's important. It's very important strategically. I mean, there's, I've already read some stuff about like pipeline proposals. So, I mean, like, it's huge, like the plans that are in place here. And, this civil war, as brutal as it was just basically all these different powers just like, pushing the Syrian people against each other to murder their neighbors. It's very tragic. It's very tragic, but it just goes to show that like war is ultimately a business. And this is what happens in this new age of Cold Wars. It's all about proxies that are supported. So, yeah, it's just no different. So, yeah, I'm just going to read here about Turkey and their gains from this, supporting the different groups here. And then also you have to take into account the Kurdish factions involved. And Turkey, they already have their own internal Kurdish terrorism. So imagine, an autonomous force that is in... Because, the SDF, right, the Syrian Democratic Forces, those are the Syrian Kurdish resistance, but they have connections to the PKK, which is more internal Turkish terrorism. And again, that's another issue, like entirely, of course. Anytime I read about minority groups resisting and fighting for, liberation, of course, I'm going to be in sympathy with. Again, I'm not fully qualified to comment on these different organizations, so I'm just reading about what is happening. And actually, not too long ago, there was an attack from like PKK, fighters, terrorists that attacked like this technological institute. So this is a very real like internal security issue for Turkey. The Kurdish people, like it's like, they already live internally. Like they're divided between Iraq and Iran and Turkey, and like, they want to establish their own autonomous state. Iraq, they already have like an autonomous zone. With Syria, it's still in question because they also have like strategic oil resources. So that could be like, it could be, advantageous for them that they could like negotiate with, but that can also put more pressure from Turkey and from this HTS, led government in Syria. Again, there's like a lot to happen, a lot that can happen. At least I've read that there's been some agreements being made, but there's so much that's happening that nothing happens. No, like there's so much that could occur. I mean, it's really moving fast. So yeah, so I'm just gonna read now from the New York Times about Turkey and their gains from this regime collapsing. In the article here, Turkey emerges as a big winner in the wake of al-Assad's ouster. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan had long worked with the rebels who overtook Damascus. His influence over Syria is now likely to grow. So again, like this is just for Turkey and for Erdogan, and just Turkey in general now, because there's talks about like the Ottoman empire, the Ottoman dream. Like, yeah, there's real talks of that. So yeah, so let's read here, and this is from Carlotta Gall. So right, so in the messing aftermath of the fall of the Assad regime in Syria, many questions remain about the country's future, but one thing is clear: Turkey has emerged as a winner with more influence than ever over the rebels who now control most of Syria. Turkey's president Recep Tayyip Erdogan had long worked with and supported the Syrian rebels who marched on Damascus this month and forced President Bashar al-Assad to flee. That carefully cultivated relationship opens up, quote, an incredibly big domain for economic and political influence, end quote, said Asli Aydin Tasba, a visiting fellow at Brookings Institute in Washington with a particular focus on Turkey. Quote, Syria may not have a smooth transition and there may be renewed fighting between factions, she added. Quote, but what is uncontestable is that Turkey's influence will only grow economically and politically, end quote. In the process, Turkey appears to have also weakened the regional influence of Russia, which, along with Iran, was a key backer of the Syrian president. She said, it is unclear whether Russia will be able to retain the military base it has on Syria's Mediterranean coast. Initially, Turkey did not say much when the rebels swept across northern Syria, seizing 2 important cities in a few days, but when Mr. Erdogan finally did speak, he was quietly confident. Quote, the target is, of course, Damascus, end quote. He said last Friday, quote, our hope is for this march in Syria to proceed without incidents, end quote. 2 days later, the rebels delivered a personal vindication for Mr. Erdogan by storming into Damascus and taking control. Within a few days, Turkey was making plans to reopen its embassy, which has been closed for almost 13 years. And a senior Turkish official, Ibrahim Kalin, the head of National Intelligence Agency, was seen in the Syrian capital, and footage showed on Turkish television. On Thursday, Turkey assigned a temporary charge d'affaires, I hope I said that right, to Damascus, a Turkish official said, asking for anonymity under diplomatic protocol. Appointing a charge d'affaires, rather than an ambassador is a way for Turkey to keep its diplomatic channels open without getting into the debate of whether it is recognizing the largest rebel force, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which leads the offensive and has already set up a transitional government in Damascus. Turkey has considered the group a terrorist organization since 2018. That's crazy. So I'm actually seeing a picture here. They have a picture with Erdogan and Bashar al-Assad in 2010. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Oh man, they're hanging out like nothing happened. No, it's crazy to think about like how you can like basically like support a rebellion, and it's basically you're at war with the state, but again, it's a proxy war. So it's like, oh, I'm not touching you, but you have terrorists like blowing up, army barracks and such. So Mr. Erdogan's relationship with Mr. al-Assad was not always tense. 20 years ago, when he was prime minister, Mr. Erdogan cultivated closer ties with Syria. It paid off then, and Mr. al-Assad made a historic trip to Ankara, the Turkish capital, in 2004, the first visit there by a Syrian president. Trade flourished in the aftermath with visa-free travel between Syria and Turkey, and the 2 presidents became firm friends. Mr. Erdogan and his wife even hosted the Syrian first couple for a vacation on the Turkish coast. Relations blossomed, and so did economic benefits for both countries. The relationship turned sour with the Arab Spring protests of 2011. Mr. al-Assad chose to impose harsh repression against Mr. Erdogan's advice. A former Turkish presidential aide said, affronted the Turkish leader helped arm part of the opposition over the course of Syria's civil war, and excoriated his Syrian counterpart in speeches. He took in more than 3 million Syrian refugees and committed Turkish troops to secure a buffer zone inside Syria for millions more displaced people who took refuge there. And he funded and trained a Turkish-backed rebel force, the Syrian National Army, which provided security for Turkish military bases in northern Syria, and helped Ankara fight Kurdish forces that Turkey viewed as a threat. Turkey also became the main interlocutor with HTS. The group is designated a terrorist organization by Turkey, the United States, and European nations because of its history of Islamist extremism, but the Turks found a way to work with them and now have enormous leverage through that connection. Quote, out of all the region's major players, Ankara has the strongest channels of communication and history of working with Islamist group now in charge in Damascus, positioning it to reap the benefits of the Assad regime's demise. End quote, Gonal Tool, the director of the Middle East Institute's Turkish program, wrote in Foreign Affairs magazine on Thursday. Turkey has provided indirect assistance to the group, Ms. Toll wrote, by shielding it from Syrian government attacks through the presence of Turkish troops in Idlib province. It also channeled humanitarian aid and trade into the region, which helped HTS gain legitimacy among the people of the region. Quote, all this has given Turkey influence over HTS, end quote, she wrote. A Syrian rebel commander interviewed on Friday said the rebels had set up a joint command to coordinate rebel group operations. Turkey was aware of the planning of the offensive and ongoing operations, he said. Ms. Aydin Tabas, who is in touch with Turkish officials in Ankara, said she believed Ankara would have given at least tacit approval for the offensive. Quote, they never thought it would be widely successful, end quote, she said. Ms. Aydin Tabas also credited Turkey, along with international aid organizations working in northwestern Syria, with pushing HTS, a former Qaeda affiliate, to moderate its extremism. Turkey's mentoring of the group could be seen in the early statements of HTS leaders Ahmed al-Shari, who used the nom de guerre Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, as he reassured Syria's minorities that there would be no repression and order restraint from his soldiers. Quote, there has been a lot of hand-holding, Ms. Aydin Tabas said of Turkey's relationship with the group. Turkey has also started to raise its voice internationally on behalf of Syria. In a statement, Turkey's foreign ministry voiced strong support for Syria's sovereignty, political unity, and territorial integrity, and condemned Israel for breaking a long-standing disengagement agreement by entering the Israel-Syria zone and its continuing advance into Syrian territory, end quote. And then here's a quote, or here's like a, just and just continuing with that. Turkey has been conducting its own military operations, including airstrikes in northern Syria against Kurdish militants whom it considers a threat to Turkey. One of Turkey's most powerful politicians has also floated an offer to release the long-imprisoned Kurdish militant Abdallah Öcalan if he agrees to renounce militancy and disband his armed movement, a gesture that suggested a new openness in the Turkish government to the possibility of revived peace talks between the longtime adversaries. Turkey's Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan has urged swift international assistance for Syria. Quote, Syria has reached a stage where the Syrian people will shape the future of their own country, end quote. He said after a meeting in Doha, Qatar, among Turkey, Russia, and Iran, Mr. al-Assad's other main backer. Quote, today there is hope. The Syrian people cannot achieve this alone. The international community must support the Syrian people, end quote. Ms. Aydin Tabas said the primary concern of Turkey and HTS, quote, was to prevent an utter state of collapse, and so they have been doing all the right things, trying to preserve institutions and even the bureaucracy inside institutions, even ministry, end quote. So I know that was a big article, but I really just wanted to lay out Turkey's involvement here and their work, I guess, to sort of moderate HTS to, step away from that jihadi, Islamist, Salafi, roots and background, and to adopt a more moderate position, a more moderate aesthetic, right? You got al-Jalani. I mean, that's his nom de guerre, but, that's what I'll refer to him as. Again, he was a founding member of Al-Qaeda, al-Nusra Front in Syria. He was an associate with al-Baghdadi. So, I mean, it's, crazy to think about. I mean, and again, if Turkey is involved with HTS, then that certainly means the CIA and, the United States is involved with them. And there's already talks to declassify the terrorist designation. So, dude, their hands are all over this. We already know this, so it's no surprise. But, yeah, man. But it's just crazy to think about, because al-Jalani, he's trying to sort of westernize and, secularize himself and moderate himself. But there's a lot of foreign volunteers that, joined this group who are, hardcore Salafis, and I mean, this could cause issues. They probably don't have as much control as they say they do. I mean, there's a government technically, but, otherwise, the Syrian state is just in total collapse, and it's just divided between warlords. And yeah, man, at least for now, there hasn't been too much. I mean, there's small reports that I'm reading of retribution killings, people already fleeing. So it's just a question of what happens there. And of course, the United States made airstrikes against like ISIS outposts and camps and bases. So, there's already, moves being made. But yeah, it's just crazy to listen and follow everything that's happening, and Russia is like trying to withdraw, but there's questions of like, are they going to give up their bases? Like what happens? It's big. And then not only that, there's also reports of like Iraqi militias like coming over the border. So again, like there's so much that can happen here. And then yeah, so I mean, I'll talk a little bit later, because like I wanted to also talk about Hezbollah, but before I go into that, because we've been talking about this regime, the different like foreign powers that have been meddling in this regime. But yeah, I mean, like just to read these details about like some of the prisons that have been liberated from this. I mean, like these are horror stories. I mean, like some of these details are truly terrible. I mean, this is just like liberating like the death camps in Auschwitz. Like it's just, this is crazy. Yeah, so I'm just going to read this article from BBC about some of the findings of this liberation of the camps, of the prisons, and like, I mean, like in a lot of respects, like there's the prison and then there's like underground, like basically like an underground city that they're saying of like thousands of prisoners, and like, there's certain, I don't know if they gotten all of them out, but like for a while that they said that there was just entire sections that were just shut off that they couldn't get into. So it's just, unbelievably scary to read about this, that this was like actively happening. And I know that we're reading these details of how horrible they are, but like if you really think about it, like, hey, Israel is pretty openly doing the same stuff to their own prisoners, to Palestinian prisoners, okay, like, but then those stories get brushed under the rug, like it's all a matter of just like, again, it's all power. It's all it is. The only reason that we're saying these things about Assad is because they did not serve American interests. They were a check against Israel, and they were associates of Russia and Iran. That's really it. But at the end of the day, if they had served American interests, then we would very much be supporting and actively like covering up these details. So yeah, again, I'm just, that's all I'm saying on that, because I mean, I recognize the axis of resistance and its capacity to check American imperialism. I'm not in support of it. That's not what I'm saying. Yeah, because they have very much their own issues, but it's just like, my main concern in all of this is just like Palestine and like what's going to happen to them. That's my main concern in all this. So right, to hear from the BBC, and this article headline, it felt like a breathing corpse, stories from people freed from Syria tortured prison. So yeah, so this is a BBC article. It was a defining moment of the fall of the Syrian regime, rebels freeing inmates from the country's most notorious prison. A week on, 4 men speak to the BBC about the elation of their release and the years of horror that preceded it. So again, this is just a trigger warning that this has graphic details of torture. So for anybody who don't want to listen to that, yeah, just forewarning. So the prisoners fell silent when they heard the shouting outside their cell doors. A man's voice called, quote, is there anyone in there, end quote, but they were too afraid to answer. Over years, they had learned that the door opening meant beatings, rapes, and other punishments, but on this day, it meant freedom. At the shout of Allahu Akbar, the men inside the cells peered through a small opening in the center of the heavy metal door. They saw rebels in the prison's corridor instead of guards. Quote, we said, we are here, free us, end quote. One of the inmates, 30-year-old Qassam Sobi al-Kabalani, recalls. As the door was shot open, Qassam said he ran out with bare feet. Like other inmates, he kept running and didn't look back. Quote, when they came to start liberating us and shouting, all go out, all go out, I ran out of the prison, but I was so terrified to look behind me because I thought they put me back. End quote, says 31-year-old Adnan Ahmed Ghanem. They did not yet know that Syria's President Bashar al-Assad had fled the country and that his government had fallen, but the news soon reached them. Quote, it was the best day of my life, an unexplainable feeling like someone who had just escaped death, Adnan remembers. Qassem and Adnan are among 4 prisoners the BBC has spoken to who were released this week from Sednaya prison, a facility for political prisoners nicknamed the Human Slaughterhouse. All gave similar accounts of years of mistreatment and torture at the hands of guards, execution of fellow inmates, corruption by prison officials, and forced confessions. We were also shown inside the prison by a former inmate who had a similar account, and heard from families of missing people held at Sednaya who were desperately looking for answers. We have seen bodies found by rebel fighters in the mortuary of a military hospital believed to be Sednaya detainees that medics say bear signs of torture. Rights group Amnesty International, whose 2017 report on the prison accuses authorities of murder and torture there, has called for, quote, justice and reparations for crimes under international law in Syria, end quote, including its treatment of political prisoners. Sednaya Prison, a sprawling complex located atop a hill on top a hill of barren land and surrounded by barbed wire, was established in the early 1980s and for decades has been used to hold opponents of the Assad family regime. It has been described as the country's main political prison since the 2011 uprising, when the Turkey-backed Association of Detainees and the Missing in Sednaya prison says it has effectively become a death camp. The prisoners we spoke to say they were sent to Sednaya because of real or perceived links with the rebel Syrian Free Army, their opposition to Assad, or simply because they lived in an area known to oppose it. Some have been accused of kidnapping and killing regime soldiers and convicted of terrorism. All said they have been given confessions under pressure and torture. They were given lengthy sentences or sentenced to death. One man said he had been detained at the prison for 4 years and had not yet been to court. The men were held in the prison's main red building for opponents of the regime. Qassem says he was arrested while passing through a roadblock in 2016, accused of terrorism with the Free Syrian Army, and sent for short stints at several detention facilities before being transferred to Sednaya. Quote, after that door, you are a dead person, he says softly in an interview at his family home in a town south of Damascus, as relatives gather around sipping coffee and nodding in grim captivation. Quote, this is where the torture began. Yeah, man, just some details. Wow. And again, like they said that this was a death camp. This is where they killed and like disposed people. People just disappeared, you know. Like one detail I read about is that apparently they had like a compactor to basically just crush the bodies up and, you know, dispose of it easier. Oh, it's just so disgusting. Oh my God. Like, how do you even do that? Like, oh my God. I don't mean to put that vision in your head, but again, like, this is just like, it's an industrial murder machine. Like, again, they said a slaughterhouse. Like, it's just crazy. Right. So here, continuing, he recalls being stripped naked and told to pose for a photograph before being beaten for looking at the camera. He said he was then put onto a chain with other inmates and led, with their faces staring at the ground, to a tiny solitary confinement cell where he and 5 other men were crammed in and given uniforms to wear but deprived of food and water for several days. They were then taken to the prison's main cells, where the room have no beds, a single light bulb, and a small toilet area in the corner. When we visited the prison this week, we saw blankets, clothes, and food strewn on the floors of cells. Our guide, a former inmate from 2019 to 2022, walked us through the corridors searching for his cell. 2 of his fingers and a thumb were chopped off at the prison, he says. Finding scratch marks on a cell wall that he believes he made, he knelt down and began to cry. About 20 men would sleep in each room, but the inmates tell us it was difficult to get to know each other. They could speak only in hushed voices and knew that guards were always watching and listening. Quote, everything was banned. You're just allowed to eat and drink and sleep and die, he says. Wow. Yeah, so punishment at Sednaya were frequent and brutal. All of the people we spoke to described being beaten with different implements, metal staffs, cables, electric sticks. Quote, they would enter the room and start to beat us all over our bodies. I would stay still, watching and waiting for my turn. Adnan, who was arrested in 2019 on accusations of kidnapping and killing a regime soldier, recalls, quote, every night we would thank God we were still alive. Every morning we would pray to God, Please take our soul so we can die in peace, end quote. Adnan and 2 of the other newly released inmates said they were sometimes forced to sit with their knees toward their foreheads and a vehicle tire placed over their bodies with a stick wedged inside so that they couldn't move before the beatings were administered. What the fuck? I'm sorry. Like, this is just, like, sick. Oh my god. So forms of punishment were varied. Qassam says he was held upside down by 2 prison officers in a barrel of water until he thought he was going to choke and die. Quote, I saw death with my own eyes, he says. Quote, they would do this if you woke up in the night, or we spoke in a loud voice, or if we had a problem with any other of the prisoners, end quote. 2 of the prisoners released this week, and the former inmate at Sednaya described witnessing sexual assaults by guards, who they said would annually rape inmates with sticks. One man said inmates would offer oral sex to the guards in their desperation for more food. Three described guards jumping on their bodies as part of the abuse. In a hospital in central Damascus, we were introduced to a 43-year-old Imad Jamal, who grimaced in pain at each touch from his mother, who was attending to him at his bedside. Asked to describe his time at Sednaya, he smiled and responded slowly in English. No eat, no sleep, hit, cane, fighting, sick, everything not normal, nothing normal, everything abnormal, end quote. He says he was detained in 2021 under what he described as a political arrest because of the area he was from. Speaking again in Arabic, he says his back was broken when he was made to sit on the ground with his knees against his chest as a guard jumped from a ledge on top of him as a punishment for stealing medication from another inmate to give to a friend. But for Ahmad, the hardest thing about life was the cold. Even the walls were cold. He says, I became a breathing corpse. Yeah, this is a very lengthy article, but again, I don't want to get too deep. Let me just kind of read like the last portion of this article. Again, this is a pretty lengthy article, but I'm just going to read the last couple paragraphs. These accounts paint a picture of a place with no hope, only pain. The prisoners spent much of their time in silence with no access to the outside world, so it is no surprise that they say they knew nothing of the rebel Islamist group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham's rapid advance in Syria until they were broken free that morning. Qassam said they could hear what sounded like a helicopter taking off from the hospital grounds before the men's shouts in the corridors, but in the windowless cells, they couldn't be for sure. Then the doors opened and the freed inmates began running as fast as they could. Quote, we ran out of the prison. We ran from fear too, Rakan said, his thoughts on his young children and wife. At one point in the chaos, he says, quote, I was hit by a car, but I didn't mind. I got up and carried on running, end quote. He says he will never go back to Sednaya again. Adnan too says he couldn't look back at the prison as he ran crying towards Damascus. Quote, I just kept running. I couldn't describe it. I just headed for Damascus. People were taking us from the road in their cars, end quote. He now fears each night when he goes to sleep that he will wake in the prison and find it was all a dream. Qassam read to a town called Tal Minin. It was there that a woman who provided the free prisoners with food, money, and clothing told them, quote, Assad has fallen. He was brought to his hometown where celebratory gunfire rang out and his tearful family embraced him. Quote, it's like I am born again. I can't describe it to you, end quote, he says. So, of course, there's such a dark story and details here about, basically, the collapse of this regime and such like terrible conditions for these prisoners. I mean, just routine torture and just like the most brutal assaults possible. I mean, it's a real horror story reading about that. And I certainly don't want to pretend that there are some people online, and again, I don't know how they do this, but like they try to act like this is a dark and tragic day that the Assad regime has fallen. And I'm like, I recognize that the geopolitical upset that is here, the consequences of this, how this most certainly benefits American, and Israeli imperialist interests. So I can recognize that, but I can also recognize that this regime was truly ruthless and bloody. In many respects, this is worse than North Korea. Okay, It's really bad. And to see this regime having this iron grip, basically like just like a whole like dynasty, a monarchy collapse, it's of course beneficial. I mean, like it's undeniable. So yeah, I mean, just to read these stories about people experiencing the most brutal and horrific torture, and then now that they're liberated and they're reunited with their families who had no idea what happened. Again, these people were just disappeared, and there's still people trying to find their families, and they might never find them. Like relatives. Like, it's just unbelievable. I mean, again, you can't deny you can't deny the human sort of like inspiration behind it, that like people endured so much, and even when like there was all hope that was lost, now that they have peace, finally, and they're back with their families. I mean, you remember reading here about they're praying to Allah, to God. So it's like it's kind of crazy to see like the unshakable like human spirit of just like survival and holding out for salvation, even when all hope is lost. So I mean, again, there are moments where I feel like I'm down, and I have to read stories like this to remind myself that like people are going through so much worse and they're still surviving. So it's all about perspective. But yeah, so I mean, that's just like sort of like the last like article that I want to touch up on, because there's a lot to read, and I would highly suggest to follow and keep up with news. I want to, because I know I've released a lot of episodes that are like 5-6 hours long, but like I want to keep things more concise, at least, when discussing these more hyper specific subjects, because it's boring. I get it. I can be boring sometimes. So that is what I'll end with. But again, just to wrap up, closing comments about Syria and this collapse of the regime. It's again, it's undeniable to see like the historical shockwave that this is going to send for generations. I mean, dude, like these people had lived under this regime for 50 years. Okay, could you imagine if the Trump family just owned America for 50 years? I mean, like, this sort of like what's happening right now. Like, could you imagine? Oh my God, dude, it's just like, wow. And again, the ramifications here geopolitically, because Syria was a major supply link for Hezbollah to get support from Iran. This was helpful for Russia and their bases, naval Air Force base, as a sort of stepping stone into Africa and the Mediterranean in general. Like, so this is big, to see this regime collapse. And there's still questions of like what's going to happen, like what's going to happen to Russia's military presence, what's going to happen with Hezbollah and their capacity to, stand up against Israel. I mean, even, again, like Hezbollah, even in 2006, when they didn't even have the same level of support, like they made a fair fight. I mean, like it was, so I'm not exactly too worried about them. I think Iran is going to project its power regardless. And I think what's happening, what I talked about with Israel's, land grab in southern Syria, it's going to cause like real divisions with this government and the people. I mean, that's my theory at least. Because again, like the question of normalization with Israel has led to huge political unrest. I mean, like that's like sort of the main reason for the Syrian, the Yemeni civil war was like normalization with Israel. So, to see that if, again, that's sort of like my theory, because there's, the questions of like the Kurds, right? And the Alawites and the Druze factions and the Christians and the Sunni Islamists. And of course, the leadership of HTS wants to modernize and secularize, I guess. So that could be, issues there. Again, there's so much to unpack. But I think the issue of Israel and Palestine might be like the most consequential, because Israel's just already actively bombing and invading them. So it's like they might have all their issues, but they might say, hey, wait a second, Israel is bombing us right now, so maybe we have to rally around that. And that could cause a divide in the country, because it's very clear now that HTS is a Western, American, Turkish, and Israeli puppet. So if the people have a popular uprising, anti-Western uprising against that, I mean, that could really cause issues. And they might just go right back to Iran. That's going to be crazy to think about if that happens. I mean, that's just my speculation on it. And again, I'm not necessarily qualified to comment. This is just all speculation. But that's my theory, because as I talked about, like, this is now a national awakening of this state of Syria, of the people of Syria. They're stepping out of this dynastic regime. And of course, there was like Al-Jalani talking about the book Why Nations Fail, which like I haven't read, so that would be interesting to get into. But I understand like the premise about it is about institutions, and that states, I mean, that's what a state is. A state is just like a collection of institutions. So whether or not that can carry over into this new, hopefully democratic secular government, and that's my hope, we'll see. Because again, like they have been making some transfers. I mean, like, they've already, I think, transferred over files, and like I think they've pretty much guaranteed the jobs for all the civil servants who were there before. So that's really what a government is. You just gotta maintain those services and keep those jobs. I mean, I've also read at least that like they're granting amnesty to the conscripts of the army. The officer corps, of course, the officer corps is another question. But again, they can have the leader making an announcement. The reality on the ground is another question. But yeah, so again, major consequences here for the whole world, really. And this, changes the equation for Russia, because again, they wanted to use Syria as an outpost and a base in the Mediterranean. I was also reading the Caspian Report video. Well, not reading it, I was watching it. But they were talking about like they possibly could deploy into Libya. Yeah, so we'll see about that, what happens. But of course, I guess now that this gives them like better focus in Ukraine, because like Ukraine, of course, is the major focus. Now at least, they don't have to divert their resources and focus in Syria. Who knows? Again, it is a setback, of course. It is a setback. This is not me being all pro. Oh, you're a pro-Russian imperialist. I don't care. I really don't care. They're all imperialism to me. But yeah, this undoubtedly benefits American interests, American imperialism, and Israeli imperialism. And yeah, I'm just mainly more concerned about Palestine and the consequences for that in Gaza. I mean, again, it's just so disheartening to see what's happening in Gaza and how they're like very, very definitively like carrying out the colonization process, the demolishing process, especially in northern Gaza. It's just like they want to turn it into a tourist resort. It's like, oh, look at that, a little theme park. It's just crazy, unbelievable, man. But yeah, so that's at least what I'll talk about in this segment for international geopolitics. And then next, I'll speak a little more about natural phenomenon, climate news, which hasn't really been that much of an issue for climate, weather news. But certainly I wanted to speak on pandemics, especially with bird flu. That is starting to flare up. And yeah, man, I mean, nobody's really reporting on it. It's just, yeah, it's coming. And so in this final portion of the program, as we discuss more natural phenomenon, sometimes in this segment I try to talk about climate news, but for the moment there isn't really anything too dramatic at the moment. I mean, I read something about like a tornado warning in like San Francisco, which is kind of wild. And of course, yeah, we've had some, I guess, snowstorms. But yeah, otherwise, winter, winter's on the start. Winter's on the way, which is kind of odd because like this morning, yesterday, like it's been cold for like a week or so. And then yesterday, like the high was up to 79. Like, so it's still very much warm, and it's like December, mid-December. Well, it's not officially winter. The winter solstice hasn't hit yet. Yeah, today the high was 79 again. Yeah. So I mean, it's warm. It's very warm for December. And I do work in a retirement home, and so like one of the residents, she was like, trying to like get a feel of the climate, what it was. I mean, just to feel the weather, because old people, they like to talk about weather. So she's like, oh, it's pretty warm, and I'm just like, yeah, But I mean, how do I explain to her, this like 90-year-old woman, climate change and such? But I mean, it's just interesting to see, like, because for us, this is how the climate has always been. I mean, of course, it has been getting warmer through the years. The last 20 years have been the hottest on record, and it's just going to keep going that way. But imagining somebody born in like the 30s or the 40s and then living through this sort of climate where it was more stable. Yeah. And then like, now they're like, now they're just like, it's pretty warm out. I'm like, yeah, it is. Like, how do I explain that to them? But anyway, that's, I mean, this portion, I didn't really want to talk about like climate and weather because nothing really dramatic has happened. It's just the usual news and it's all bad. But yeah, I didn't want to specify on the bird flu, just monitoring this situation because the last couple of weeks have had multiple human cases, and some of them are human cases that did not have links to like agriculture or dairy, working with animals. So it's concerning, to say the least, that there seems to be human to human transfers that are occurring, and like there's already like reports about like the wastewater measurements, and it's just off the charts, and it's nationwide. And yeah, it's I don't know, man, like what people are thinking, what's coming. When I work at this job, working with elder folks, I wear a mask. I do. It's because I work in the kitchen, so it's not as easy to like wear a mask and like communicate, especially with all this like the grills going off, and like it's just like loud, everybody's yelling, so like sometimes I have to take my mask off. Well, yeah, for the most part in the kitchen I have my mask off so I can just communicate and talk with people. But then when I'm actually dealing, at least in close proximity, especially serving the food to these elder residents, I wear my mask. Some days I forget to bring one, but for the most part, I try to, have that mask discipline when I'm dealing with the residents. And I mean, some of them, it's good because there are moments where like some of them will have the sniffles, so it's like it's also a way to protect myself. Sometimes they'll have the sniffles or they'll cough, and I'm like, okay, at least I feel safe. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, I haven't really had any like since this pandemic has started. I haven't really had any serious like infections or illnesses. Like there was like 1 week, at least a year ago, where I was sort of out of commission, and that sucked because I was living alone, so I had to like basically take care of myself and cook all my food while I'm like half awake. I'm not sure if it was COVID. I mean, I should have got tested, but I just isolated. Although if it was COVID, I feel like I would have like far worse like lingering symptoms, because there's like the brain fog and other health issues that come from COVID infections. So for the most part, I feel pretty healthy. And again, I was talking about that earlier, but with the health insurance segment, I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky not to have any like underlying health issues with my like immune health, no like physical disabilities or deformities. So again, I'm really lucky in that respect. But again, it's hard to maintain that. It's going to be hard as these pandemic threats worsen, new infectious diseases start springing up. And also, because people don't care. People don't really take it seriously, Again, I'm the only person in this whole place that actually wears a mask. Even the nurses, okay? So again, I don't want to lecture anybody, of course. And of course, this is like a small Texas town, so nobody wears a mask in public out here. It just, I don't know how I'm going to feel when I move back to Houston, because I'm just going to wear a mask just in general. Yeah. And also because like I'm going to be back in my hometown, so I want people recognizing me. No, I mean, I'm fine out there. But yeah, it's, again, there's always that conversation in left the spaces of like, you need to wear a mask. You need to wear a mask. I mean, generally, yeah, you do need to wear a mask. That's just good for your health, public health, the health of your, comrades, constituents, and also, to consider another factor with like leftist organizing, your identity, right? Because, that's going to become an issue as this police state worsens and the oppression worsens. Yeah, sometimes you're going to have to wear masks to protect your identity. That's, again, I don't want to get too off topic because I wanted to focus on bird flu, but, masking, it's important, especially now with this threat that's going to keep worsening. And I'm going to try to like buy up on masks, like specifically like the N95, like 3M masks, like that's going to be important. So yeah, but now trying to stay relevant on the subject, speaking on the bird flu and certain developments and just monitoring the situation, because again we're seeing multiple human cases that are sprouting up. There was one that just recently came out in Louisiana, and and no offense to anybody listening from Louisiana, but like that's like that's not exactly the place you want diseases to be, sort of brewing. My goodness, man. But I'm just going to read here before I go into some articles, just to read about, just to read directly from the CDC and their summary of the situation. So, right, let me see here. So the current situation, right, of course, they're monitoring dairy cattle, wild birds, poultry flocks, mammals, person-to-person spread, which they're saying none. Again, that could change. And then, the current public health risk is low. But again, that could really change, because, this is just something that's like, it's happening in the background, and it's not as easy to get a handle of. But every time a person gets infected, it's getting closer to that human-to-human transmission, the mutation that's needed. So, again, we're really playing with fire. It's not a matter of if it makes it, it's when. Because it will. That's what's going to happen. So here, reading from the CDC, they have 60 confirmed total reported human cases in the United States. So just to go over a couple. So I'm just going to read here. So the summary of the 2024 outbreak by state and exposure source. So reading here in California, they're reporting here, California, 33 of the sources, the infection sources, are from cattle, one unknown source. So that's a total of 34 in California. Colorado, you have one source from cattle, 9 from poultry. So that's 10 from Colorado. Michigan, 2 from cattle, and that's the only one. Missouri, 1 from an unknown source. So that's the only infection so far. Oregon, poultry, 1 case of infection. Texas, which is interesting, like you would imagine Texas having, sort of like worse, outbreaks than California. But Texas, 1 infection from cattle, and that's all so far. And then Washington, 11 infections from poultry. So that's the breakdown. And of course, this doesn't include the recent Louisiana infection that just happened. Yeah, man. So it's gonna keep, infecting, and new cases are gonna keep popping up. It's kind of alarming to watch in real time, especially considering how little people sort of care about it or know about it. Like, to them, it's just like, oh yeah, that's crazy. Like, it's just like, yeah, that's wild. Like, oh man. I mean, how do you even again, we just had COVID, and I'm sorry, man, it's just so, it's frightening, it's alarming to me that people are just so concerned with normalcy, right? I want things to be normal. I don't want to think about, the real world, right? That, when, a million Americans died from COVID, and it's just, it's nothing. You would barely think that that an apocalyptic pandemic broke out that killed so many people, so many Americans, sort of put the economy to a halt, sort of facilitated nationwide unrest and riots, basically, I mean, dude, 2020. Wow, man, that's such a again. It's so long ago. I mean, it feels like it was yesterday, but it was like 4 years ago, and it's like, wow, look how much time has passed and how much has changed, and how much has changed, and yet how much of has stayed the same. Because again, people just don't want to think about the real world, and the real decline that's happening in the country, because everything's about positivity, especially when you're living in these suburbs. The whole point is to live in a bubble and in a fantasy world where no real problems are there. And then of course, if some homeless person starts to wander in, they're just quickly shuttled away, because no, you're disturbing my peace. I mean, that's, again, I'm just ragging on them. But anyway, people wanted to go back to normal, even though COVID's still here, and many people are going to face down the line these reports about long COVID. Wow, I'm just I'm aghast, because in 30, 40 years, there's going to be real disability issues, and then people are going to really understand the need for universal health care. Unbelievable, man. I'm very lucky not to have had COVID. I don't know if I can test to see an antigen test. Again, testing is sort of weird for me. I haven't done one. But if there's a way to test if I've had it before, then maybe I should take it. I'm not sure what the right one to take is. But just reading again here from the CDC because I was just reading about the human infections and the sources of those infections and the breakdown of states. Here is sort of a broader breakdown. Right, so national flu surveillance since February 25th, 2024. So they have tested over 67,000 specimens, and 2 human cases detected through national flu surveillance. Right. And then targeted H5 surveillance since March 24th, 2024. So total people monitored over 9,600, so 9,600 cases. Total people tested over 500. So they monitored specific individuals. They monitored a broader group of people, and they tested over 500. And of those 500, 58 were detected cases of H5. Okay. And I want to read from animals, because again, the bird flu, these pandemics, is not just humans. There's a very real ecological threat from this, and entire they talked about bird flu in Antarctica, and they're reporting, or at least it's not being as widely reported, but basically entire colonies are going to get wiped out from this, and this is serious, man. So here, detection in animals. So wild birds as of December 10th is 10,718. So as of December 10th, 2024, 51 jurisdictions with bird flu and wild birds. So I'm guessing that's just pretty much nationwide, every state. Yeah, now here's poultry, and again, it's not just the ecological effect and the human effect, but also the economic effect. You can imagine what's going to happen here if all these flocks of chickens start to get cold because they're getting infected. Again, chicken is supposed to be cheap. It's supposed to be a cheap source of protein. Eggs, cheap source of protein. So if bird flu just rips through our chicken or poultry stock, let me see how many. It's probably gonna be some crazy number. How much chicken does the U.S. have? Let me just quickly. So I don't want the actual because they're giving me the dollar amount. I just want to know how many heads of chicken does the U.S. have? Okay, so again, this is just a rough estimate, but it's a crazy number. So as of 2023, the United States had around 522 million chickens. So again, pretty big stock. And just to read a little further, the U.S. is the world's second largest producer of chicken, accounting for 20% of global production. China is the world's largest producer of chickens with over 5.1 billion in 2022. So over 500 million heads of chicken in the country. And what it's reading here, 123,689,426 heads of poultry have been affected as of December 16th, 2024. So I don't know if that means that those chicken have been culled. Most likely they have. But yeah, that's a significant effect. 49 states with poultry outbreaks. So basically every state. Yeah, and then here, 853 dairy herds affected as of December 16th. So yeah, so that's just dairy. And of course, since we're living in enlightened times, people are drinking raw milk or like having arguments over drinking raw milk, and basically just like you FEMA blue hats, you're never gonna take my raw milk over my dead body. Like they're gonna do the come and take it flag, but for raw milk. It's just gonna be so stupid. Oh my god. Like why? Like just why? Again, like it's just contrarianism. It's just like, oh, some nerd doctor told me not to do something. Well, I'm gonna do it twice as much now. Oh my god, it's so dumb. Anyway, so yeah. And I'm actually gonna read an article later about the possibility of, I mean, it hasn't been fully confirmed, but there's speculations that a child in California got sick from drinking raw milk. So, I mean, we'll have to see there. Let me see if there's anything more on the CDC page. Okay, so, that's just, again, a breakdown of different outbreaks and infection sources and the effects of chickens and dairy cattle. Now, I'm going to touch up on here, because this is another form of monitoring, which is, wastewater. Okay, they literally, test the shit of these major metropolis areas. And that's just a good way to at least detect whether or not there are, infections within the public. So here, again, this is from the CDC again. So it's a national wastewater surveillance system. I mean, again, it's just like, we're about to have this new Trump presidency, this government, where it's going to be all about government efficiency, and like, watch, like stuff like this is going to get gutted because, like, oh, why are you testing the shit? like we have to figure out if these pandemic threats are getting worse, and that's a good way to test it is to detect in the wastewater. And like the stuff like this is going to be gutted. They want to privatize the postal service, which is so stupid. Like, why would you, like, what? Like, it's in the Constitution, bro. Like, it's like the military. Like, that's home. Like, we have UPS and FedEx. Like, what, Amazon? Like, what? Why do you need a postal service for, like, to be privatized? I don't fucking get it, man. So dumb. Yeah. So they want to privatize the postal service. They most definitely want to. They want to put Fauci in jail, right? So, like, the CDC, FDA, they want to gut that. They even wanted to, like, take off, like, weather reports. Like, they wanted to make it a paywall, like, weather report. So dumb. It's just so dumb. Like, why? Oh, my God. Anyway, I'll talk a little more about politics in a moment. But, yeah, here, the wastewater detection that they show for H5. Let me read here. So, for H5 detections, and this is a period from December 1st to December 7th. So H5 detections were at 60 sites, so that's 18.9% of the survey. No detections at 257 sites, so that's 81% of the survey. And then no samples in the last week, which is 14 sites. So, yeah, the majority of these detections are in California, which sort of tracks with, like, the recent, like, breakdown that I just read, where, like, the majority was in California. There are a couple in Texas. Let me see if I can actually pull it up. Okay, yeah, so H5 detection in Montgomery County, which is actually not that far from me. And that was on October 28th. So yeah. So yeah, that's at least in Texas. I don't think there's any more. But yeah, man, that's great. That's great that's happening. Let me see if there's anything else here. Okay, because like they have the actual like breakdown of these sites. I mean, I can't exactly just say it through, like, to describe it. Like, you would actually have to go. It's the cdc.gov/NWSS/RV. Just look up H5 wastewater CDC, and you can pull this up yourself. Let me just read a couple of them. So from California, this is the sample ID 114 Los Angeles, and it actually shows by week here. So from December 7th all the way to November 2nd, there have been positive tests. Sacramento as well from December 7th, or Sacramento, which is the sample ID 140. So Sacramento from December 7th all the way to November 2nd. Also positive testing. San Francisco ID 148. Same deal from December 7th to November 2nd. Again, these are major metropolitan areas, so it makes sense that it would have that consistent result. Let me see, because I want to pull up Texas. So let me see. So from Texas, like I said, Montgomery County, this is sample ID 1909. So Montgomery County tested positive on December 7th, and then the weeks preceding, there were no detections. And yeah, so pretty much Montgomery County, it seems, was the only one to actually have a detection so far. But yeah, that's great to see, Again, I don't know if the cattle waste is part of that. I don't think so. It seems like this is actual human waste. Yeah. Wow. I mean, what do you even say to that? In a place like Los Angeles, bird flu is just sort of brewing there, undetected. Well, what's really going to be a worry is when it gets to New York, just like with with COVID. Because again, COVID, pretty much I mean, dude, I talk about visiting New York, but it's just I feel like there's going to be a much different vibe out there, and that's because of COVID. Yeah, but if bird flu gets out there, if they detect that in the wastewater, that's going to be a serious emergency. And I guess also it's because of public transportation. That's really if you really wanted to make an argument against public transportation, you could say, oh, well, it spreads diseases. People are in close spaces. But then, of course, you just wear a mask. You wear a mask, or maybe you wear gloves if you're so concerned. Bring sanitizer, But, of course, telling people to wear a mask, oh, my God, this is a microaggression. That's the attitude. But, yeah, so, I mean, that's just a quick read from CDC about the different human detections, the human cases, and also the wastewater detection, which could help to at least project the possibility of future infections, future cases. So here, just reading further, because, it's sort of just okay, there's something happening. This is a threat that's becoming increasingly likely. There's multiple human cases that are coming out now. What is the preparations being made? What are the preparations being made for a vaccine, or how to actually address this medically? So I'm just going to read here from NBC, because basically there's just no basically no plan. I mean, again, our government is just if it's not happening, it's not our problem, and I very much feel that they're just not doing anything because Trump is going to take office anyway. So it's even if we do put something in action, he's just going to throw it away. Again, it's just crazy. But yeah, so we're here from NBC News, just to read this article. So the headline, Biden administration has no current plans to authorize a bird flu vaccine for humans. And the subheader, officials are monitoring the outbreak but say a vaccine isn't yet warranted because the virus isn't spreading among people or causing severe illness. I mean, you can't really start it until people get sick from it, because it's like the vaccine is for a specific strain of virus. So once the actual virus transfers to humans and then people start dropping, then they can get a sample and then actually start working towards a vaccine. So on the one hand, sure, the Biden administration isn't really making any plans. At the same time, they kind of can't, because you need the actual specific strain that's causing those infections and spreading to people. Right. So here from NBC News, and this is from Berkeley Lovelace Jr. So right here, Biden administration officials said Wednesday they have no current plans to authorize a stockpile bird flu vaccine, despite an escalating outbreak among livestock in the U.S. and at least 58 human infections across 7 states. The move means any decisions about a bird flu vaccine will likely be left to health officials in the upcoming Trump administration, who may be led by anti-vaccine activist Robert F. Kennedy Jr., whom Trump has picked to lead the Department of Health and Human Services. The virus has been spreading in dairy cattle since the spring and had infected at least 774 herds in 16 states as of Wednesday, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Last Friday, the Agricultural Department stepped up its response to the outbreak, issuing a federal order mandating testing to the national milk supply. The USDA said the testing, set to begin next week in 6 states, will give farm workers better confidence in the safety of their animals and their ability to protect themselves from infection, as well as give officials a better sense of where herds are infected. The virus is spread in mammals that have close contact with humans is concerning for public health experts because it gives the bird flu many opportunities to jump to people and potentially mutate to spread effectively from person to person. Almost all bird flu cases in the U.S. have been in farm workers who have had contact with infected animals, either dairy animals or poultry, aside from a patient in Missouri and a child in California. A teen in Canada who got very sick was hospitalized also had no clear contact with infected animals. The federal government has 2 bird flu vaccine candidates available in limited quantities in the nation's stockpile, though they need to be authorized by the FDA before they can be used. In May, health officials said the government would begin looking at vaccination if the virus mutated in ways that would make existing antivirals like Tamiflu less effective, or if it appeared it was causing serious illnesses in people. Dr. Nirav Shah, the CDC's principal deputy director, said Wednesday that the criteria for deploying a vaccine remains the same. Quote, "When we think about respiratory vaccines, their sweet spot is really in preventing severe disease and death," end quote, Shah said. Quote, "When we look at what is currently unfolding with H5, even in the human cases, thankfully what we've seen thus far is mild disease," end quote, he said, using a shorthand for the strain of the influenza virus causing the bird flu outbreak. Quote, "That is not a guarantee, and that could change, but that is one of the things that we are on the lookout for because the vaccine would be maximally effective against reducing severity of disease," end quote, Shah said. While the administration isn't considering a vaccine today, that could change if the outbreak changes, he said. Still, some public health experts believe the time for vaccination is now, particularly for farm workers. Quote, "I do not think we should gamble with farm workers' lives by waiting for them to be hospitalized or die before using the tools we have to protect them," end quote, said Jennifer Nuzzo, director of the Pandemic Center at Brown University School of Public Health. And then this is a new paragraph, a balancing act. "Whether to authorize or deploy a vaccine is a constant balancing act for public health agencies," Shah said, noting that even the smallest vaccine can come with side effects. In 1976, at the first signs of an H1N1 swine flu outbreak in the U.S., Public health officials quickly initiated a nationwide vaccine campaign. The shot, however, caused a small increased risk of Guillain-Barré syndrome, a rare condition that causes the immune system to attack healthy nerve cells. The outbreak never spread widely, but it set public trust in the flu shot back decades. Quote, it led to an analysis and introspection about whether the response to these 13 cases of swine flu had been an over-exaggeration or had been an overreaction, Shaw said. Quote, and indeed, there was a high degree of vaccine skepticism that emerged. Wow, I never knew about that one. That's interesting. Still, the public health agencies are prepared to authorize a vaccine for bird flu if needed, Shaw said, adding officials are currently testing strains against the vaccine candidates. A spokesperson at the Administration for Strategic Preparedness and Response, an agency within HHS that manages the nation's stockpile, said the agency has worked to, quote, fill and finish, end quote, vaccine doses of a candidate vaccine that's well matched to the virus circulating in dairy cows. There will be up to 10 million doses available by the end of the first quarter of next year, enough to vaccinate 5 million people, the spokesperson said. A spokesperson for the FDA said the agency is actively engaged with federal partners in the U.S. as well as the industry, including evaluating potential vaccine candidates should a need arise for use in people. So then here's the final paragraph. So when is the right time? Dr. William Schaffner, an infectious diseases expert at Vanderbilt University Medical Center, said there isn't a need to authorize a vaccine at this time, given the lack of evidence of human-to-human spread, nor signs that the virus is causing severe disease in people. Existing tools such as antivirals and personal protective equipment are sufficient enough right now, he said. There are high numbers of cases, but Schaffner attributed that to public health officials looking harder for the virus through testing and surveillance. Schaffner said the incoming Trump administration's anti-vaccine rhetoric doesn't change its stance. Quote, I think we should be very careful about anticipating what the new administration will do, end quote, he said. Quote, the administration will be getting a lot of good, solid scientific evidence, not only from people at the CDC and the FDA, but they will hear from industry and lots of public health officials and experts across the country, end quote. The Trump transition team didn't respond to a request for a comment. Dr. Keith Polson, director of the Wisconsin Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory, also said it's not necessary to authorize a vaccine at this time. Quote, we need to keep advocating based on the science and data to make informed decisions or do the best we can at the intersection of science, economics, and political science, end quote, Polson said. Nuzzo of the Brown University School of Public Health said that while antivirals are important for anyone exposed to or infected with the virus, their effectiveness is limited by a very small window of time in which they must be given. She also said the country's testing strategy is not timely enough to adequately protect farm workers. A vaccine, she said, could protect farm workers from the possibility of severe illness. Polson said one issue officials could run into, however, is finding farm workers who are willing to get the vaccine, noting that some may be distrustful of the shot. Quote, I would start with the seasonal flu and only go to the H5N1 strains if they find that people are propagating the virus or getting severely sick, end quote, Polson said. Quote, this has not happened, end quote. So that's just their findings. So again, this, it's not like they can just snap their fingers and be like, oh, there's a new vaccine, so like they said, they have to actually wait for the bird flu to actually start infecting people and then actually giving like serious illnesses. And again, it's all about the specific strain and like the mutations of that disease. So yeah, that's just a quick rundown. And then also, the considerations that Trump is going to take office and, his, lovely health pick, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Yeah. So, that's interesting to look forward to. So, and I'll talk about RFK in just a moment, but, just to at least kind of break down into the actual like strains and the different mutations that are occurring with H5N1, because again, it hasn't made the specific jump yet from human to human transfers, but it's like very close. It's so close. And I'm actually going to read this. I'm not going to read the article, because I mean this is like an actual like medical journal, so that's just like beyond my scope. But I will at least read some editor's notes and the abstract, so at least you get a feel for it. It's on science.org /DOI/10.1126. I mean, I don't know why I'm reading these numbers, but it's a research article at science.org. Headline here: a single mutation in bovine influenza H5N1 hemagglutinin switches specifically to human receptors. So that's the actual like mutations that are occurring, and they're already sort of saying that it's already making the jump to humans. So again, it's there. We're getting closer to it. So I'm going to read first the editor's summary. In 2021, a highly pathogenic influenza H5N1 clade 2.3.4.4b virus was detected in North America that is capable of infecting a diversity of avian species, marine mammals, and humans. In 2024, clade 2.3.4.4b virus spread widely in dairy cattle in the U.S., causing a few mild human cases but retaining specificity for avian receptors. Historically, this virus has caused up to 30% fatality in humans. So Lin et al., and Lin is like one of the authors here, Ting Hui Lin, and then they're referring to the other authors of this report. So Lin et al. Performed a genetic and structural analysis of the mutations necessary to fully switch host receptor recognition. A single glutamine to leucine mutation at residue 226 of the virus hemagglutinin was sufficient to enact the change from avian to human specificity. In nature, the occurrence of the single mutation could be an indicator of human pandemic risk. So again, they're just showing that like it's a very small mutation that can occur. And then I'm going to read the abstract here. So here in 2024, several human infections with highly pathogenic clade 2.3.4.4b bovine influenza H5N1 viruses in the United States raised concerns about their capability for bovine to human or even human to human transmission. In this study, analysis of the hemagglutinin HA from the first reported human infecting bovine H5N1 virus revealed avian type receptor binding preference. Notably, a GLN226-Lu substitution switched Texas HA binding specificity to human type receptors, which was enhanced when combined with an ASN224 Lis mutation. Crystal structures of the Texas HA with avian receptors analog LSTA and its GLN226 Lu mutant with human receptors analog LST elucidated the structural basis for their preferential receptor recognition. These findings highlight the need for continuous surveillance of emerging mutations in avian and bovine clade 2.3.4.4b H5N1 viruses. Again, there's I was kind of butchering that because again, I'm not a virologist. I'm just reading the abstract, and then there's the whole report here. Pretty extensive report, a lot of numbers here. I don't know what is going on, but again, it's like, I'm not the one doing all the research, and I'm not the one in the lab. I'm just like reading the findings here, and even when you read the findings from the actual scientists, sometimes people just don't care. They don't give a shit. Yeah, man. So that's just a quick breakdown of this article, the abstract and that. Now, I did want to talk about, because I was talking about Trump and RFK Jr. and the implications of public health in this new administration. Because we're all sitting here just actually thinking yeah, we could have polio again. Remember polio? Like, it's just so funny talking with like anti-vaxxers, and it's just like, hey, remember polio? Oh, you don't remember polio? I wonder why. Like, remember smallpox? Oh my god, it's so dumb. Oh my god, it's just so dumb. Like, and it's like, it makes no sense. Like, there's no benefit. You're just killing people. Like, I don't understand. You know, I mean, where we're just reaching a stage where it's just like the most mentally ill people are in power, or like, you know, seeking power, and not, you know, the sort of mental illness where it's like, I'm just depressed. It's like, no, there's drones in New Jersey, and the vaccines are making you autistic. You know, like that. I don't get it. But again, you know, we're just the country as a whole is just experiencing like a psychosis, right? Mass psychosis and just panic. Dude, I don't get it. I don't understand. Maybe, you know, I could touch up on that later about like, yeah, mass hysteria, you know, the implications of that in our modern day, especially with social media now. So like, anybody can say some crazy bullshit, and then it's just gonna go off on the internet, and now suddenly, you know, people are like taking pictures of planes like they've never seen a fucking plane before. Like, I saw one person, like, they posted an image of like literally just like the constellations, and it's like, they've been stagnant. They haven't moved. This is advanced technology, and it's just like, it's the fucking stars, man. Oh my god. What are we gonna do? So, yeah, here from NBC, the headline here: Trump health pick RFK Jr. begins meeting with Republican senators on Capitol Hill. The subheader: Kennedy is likely to face questions from Republicans about his long history of anti-vaccine rhetoric, his vision for reshaping the healthcare industry, and his support for abortion rights. So, you know, at least he supports abortion. You know, he's anti-vax. You know, he wants to, like, you know, take out the corn syrup, right? You know, go back to cane sugar. You know, he wants to, what else does he want to do? I mean, he wants to take out all the preservatives in our food. You know, all the dyes, right? Artificial flavors. But at least he's pro-abortion, right? Yeah. And I mean, like, I kind of get where people come from when they talk about, like, the food industry and, like, what sort of, you know, ingredients go into our food. But this is also the same guy who, like, ate like a dog, right? He ate like a dog and got the brain worms. And he just, I guess he has, like, a weird thing for, like, exotic meat. You know, whenever I meet people like that who are, like, meat eaters, and look, I'm an eater, okay? I like meat, okay? Well, mainly chicken. I mainly eat chicken. I don't really eat red meat that much. But hey, you know, like, you know, it's just, you know, it's just a thing. Like, I just like to eat it. You know, my body likes to eat, you know, meat. I'm sorry. Like, you know, I don't really know how I could go vegan. And, like, anyway, I don't want to get stuck into that. But, like, it always, like, strikes me as, like, sort of disturbing when you meet, like, those, like, carnivore diet people. And it's just, like, they're just chasing a high for, like, the most exotic, you know, exotic meat. But then it's like, you know, these are the people you got to really keep an eye on, because they could be secret cannibals. Because no matter how many exotic meats you're going to have, you can't eat man flesh. You know? So that could be like a sort of like forbidden, like, you know, rush for them. Like, oh, I want to take a piece. Just a small little piece. Like, yeah, anyway. What am I even talking about? So, yeah, just reading from NBC about RFK and this meeting that he's going to have with Republicans. Yeah, so let's at least touch up on this. And this happened today, because I'm recording on the 16th. So he did this today, and it'll be interesting to see how he navigates, the GOP on Capitol Hill, because he's not really a Republican. I mean, he doesn't really have an ideology. He's just weird in general, but he's not like a conservative. He's not GOP, and he's a Kennedy. Okay, so it's like, you know, even with all his like wacky ideals, like, he's still a Democrat, or at least he comes from that Democratic establishment where he just kind of just went off and did his own thing. But, you know, the actual like GOP, conservative, like the machine, the conservative machine, right? that's probably not something that he is fully on board with. I mean, Trump isn't fully on board with like the old, neoconservative, like paleoconservative political machine. Like he's just his own thing, Like the MAGA movement is just like completely hijacked the Republican Party, which is why you saw Kamala Harris trying to appeal to moderate Republicans. But yeah, it's, who knows, RFK Jr. is going to navigate all these different divisions and political establishment, because that's sort of like the whole point of this Trump presidency is that, we're unorthodox and we're unconventional, and this ain't your grandmama's GOP, that's the idea. And then of course, RFK Jr. tried to run as a Democrat, and then he ran as an independent, and then now look at him, he's finding his way into this Trump administration. So yeah, we'll see here in just a second. So right, NBC writing this report was Kate Santales, Sahil Kapoor, and Brennan Leach. So here, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., President-elect Donald Trump's pick to be Health and Human Services Secretary, began meeting with senators Monday. He plans to meet with over 24 Republicans on Capitol Hill this week, according to a source familiar with his plans. The meetings include get-togethers with key incoming leaders like Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican South Dakota, Majority Whip John Barrasso, Republican Wyoming, and soon-to-be Finance Committee Chair Mark Crapo, Republican Idaho, whose committee will oversee and vote on Kennedy's planned nomination. Kennedy is poised to face questions about his long history of anti-vaccine rhetoric, his vision for reshaping the healthcare industry, and his support for abortion rights as he meets with GOP senators who largely oppose legal abortion. Quote, Mr. Kennedy is immensely prepared to meet with over 24 senators this week. He is energized. He is excited to talk about President Trump's vision to make America healthy again, the source familiar with Kennedy's plans told NBC News. His first discussion was with Senator Rick Scott of Florida, who called it a great meeting and said, quote, I'm completely supportive of what he wants to accomplish, and I wish him the best of luck, end quote. Scott said he and Kennedy both want transparency on vaccines. Other notable names on Kennedy's expected meeting list are moderate Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, Republican of Alaska, Senator Tom Tillis, Republican of North Carolina, who faces re-election in 2026, and Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, a senior member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, which will also review his nomination. Senate Republicans will have 53 seats starting January 3rd, meaning they can afford 3 defections and still confirm Trump's nominees. A 4th defection will be fatal to a nomination unless some Democrats vote yes. Hearings have not yet been scheduled, but they could occur before Trump takes office on January 20th. Final confirmation votes must wait until he is in the White House. A key senator to watch in Kennedy's battle for confirmation is Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, who is stepping down from GOP leadership after 18 years in the top job, but staying on as a senator, eliminating a political hurdle to voting as he pleases. McConnell, a polio survivor, fired a warning shot Friday in response to a New York Times report that a Kennedy advisor once asked the FDA to rescind approval of the polio vaccine. I'm going to do McConnell here. Quote, the polio vaccine has saved millions of lives and held out the promise of eradicating a terrible disease. End quote. McConnell said in the statement, quote, efforts to undermine public's confidence in proven cures are not just uninformed, they're dangerous. End quote. That was a poor impression, but it's just crazy to think about. Even a devil like Mitch McConnell recognizes the benefits of a polio vaccine. Oh my God, dude. The fact that he even said that, like, what? It's like you're making me choose the same side as fucking Mitch McConnell. Oh my God. It's like I there's moments like that. I don't know what's happening in the world, but there's just like so many moments where I'm like, I'm listening to this person who is like horrible, but then they just say something that is just like, yeah, like I'm in complete agreement. And I don't know how like the world has made it that we have to be on the same side. Like I was thinking about Like I did Joe Rogan, he did an episode with Matt Walsh, because Matt Walsh did a recent a recent movie, if you can even call it that, documentary, titled "Am I Racist?" which is just about like, whoa, white men are under attack for being racist, and like, I mean, the whole episode sucks. I mean, I don't listen to Joe Rogan, but like the whole episode is just like these two white guys talking about like, everybody's so concerned about racism. I don't get it. They try to teach our daughters that racism is bad. Like, yeah, like, okay. So anyway, so that's like for like the first like hour, maybe hour and a half of the episode. But then there's like a whole other hour where somehow they get derailed on the conversation and they're just debating about the moon landing, and fucking Joe Rogan is just like, I'm not denying the moon landing didn't happen, but don't you think it's weird? And then it's just like, he goes off and off on like specific like conspiracy theories. And then like Matt Walsh is just sitting there like, okay, I hear you out, but the moon landings did happen. Like, and I'm just like, why am I agreeing with Matt Walsh? Like, so that's kind of like, I'm like, I hate you, Joe Rogan. You made me stand on the same side as Matt Walsh. Like, so that's sort of the same feeling that I'm getting here with like McConnell talking about the polio vaccine. I'm like, dude, like, why has Trump and RFK Jr. put me in the same side as Mitch McConnell? What the fuck is happening? Anyway, let me get back on track. So, continuing this article, a Kennedy spokesperson told the Times that he and the advisor in question had not discussed the advisor's push to revoke approval of the polio vaccine. Kennedy spokeswoman Katie Miller told NBC News on Friday, quote, "The polio vaccine should be available to the public and thoroughly and properly studied," end quote. Asked Monday whether he supports the polio vaccine, Kennedy told reporters, quote, "Yeah, I support it," end quote. Senator James Lankford, Republican of Oklahoma, said he will have questions for Kennedy about his abortion views. Quote, "Obviously, HHS under the first administration, Trump administration, was very clear on the issue of abortion-conscious protections and all those things. But President Joe Biden's team unwound all of that," end quote. Lankford said in a recent interview, quote, "Those are big questions I'm going to ask." So that's just findings there. And it's just so funny they talk about the polio vaccine where they had to reiterate, like, Mr. Kennedy, do you support the polio vaccine? Yeah, sure, I guess. Yeah. I would say I'm a fan. Like, it's just so dumb. Oh my god, everything's so dumb now. What are we gonna do? So yeah, so that's just at least reading on the different disease implications and what could come down the road. I mean, some really fun stuff, right? Wow. What else can you say? And come January 20th, things are gonna get so wild and so crazy, and it warms my soul. It gives me so much confidence that this bird flu pandemic is brewing, right, in the background and getting closer and closer to the human-to-human transmission. And yeah, we got these guys to run the show. Unbelievable, I mean, again, you can get mad at Trump and you can get mad at RFK Jr. and all these other picks. I mean, they talk about like Pete Hegseth. I mean, I don't give a shit about any of these people. They're so. I mean, again, it's just like, again, when you consider like the past picks of like the previous establishment, you can kind of recognize like, okay, these are people who are actually serious about their job, right? These are people who are actually like competent about it, and that's what makes them dangerous, because they wear the suit and tie, so like you don't really make too much assumptions. But like, you got somebody like Lloyd Austin, right, as Secretary of Defense, and it's like he knows what he's doing, and he's not some like, Pete Hegseth is like what, like a Fox News like commentator. Like, it's fucking ridiculous, man. It's just such a joke. I mean, again, I don't care about these institutions. I really don't. But at the same time, like, even I get mad at some of these picks where I'm just like, why? Like, he's not qualified, just like in the slightest. Like, what are you doing? Like, I don't know. I would much rather prefer stable, competent picks for these institutions. Not that I like them, but at the very least there could be some stability rather than, just a complete, nincompoop, taking the position, and it's just like unnecessarily fucking things up and then like setting us back like years or decades, like, my goodness. Wow, man. What are we doing? What is going to happen? Yeah, and I think, with this episode, it's going to be my last episode for the year. I am working full time. Like tomorrow, I even have to do a double, and I'm probably going to have to walk to work because my car is falling apart, and I have to wait till my next paycheck. Yeah, man. I don't know. It's going to be a lot of work. I like my job. I don't mind working there. There's some nice people there, and it's nice to at least, work with some older folks. They're very sweet. It's really nice. And they, I was kind of worried that they would be like impatient with me and like, be a little like rude. But even the, more like passive aggressive ones, they're pretty good with me because I give them good service and I make sure they're taken care of. I like taking care of people. That's really what I want to do. So I don't know if this could be like a sort of in for me if I move back to Houston to do more elder care. I mean, I wouldn't see myself doing like the medical, like actual like hospice care, but like, again, I could certainly do food service. It's nice, it's certainly better than working some shitty restaurant, living off tips. Oh my God. Anyway, I don't want to talk about my job. I'm just, trying to, make sure y'all understand because, I got to work. I got to keep myself busy and I got to fit in these schedules and I have to record over a couple days even. And then editing and like, actually producing that is a whole nother question. And I want to like, stay consistent with my content, doing other side content. And I, talk about doing video essays, but it's just like, I don't have time to research. Like when I get home, I just want to sit and just watch YouTube. Like I'm so tired. I work so hard. But yeah, we'll get to there. I mean, we'll expand on that. And I keep saying that I want to do interviews. So I just got to fit that into my schedule. Because I got to work and pay the bills. Keep my car intact. And also just live my life, man. Recently I've just kind of like felt very lonely. Like, again, I don't try to date seriously. But yeah, man, it just sucks, Like I need a girlfriend, man, for real. My life's a fucking mess, I get that. But damn, bro, it sucks. Tired of being alone all the time. But of course, if I want to meet single women, I have to actually go out and socialize. And that's scary. I'm scared. But anyway, I just want to close up this video. So I do appreciate y'all listening in. I'll try to get this edited and released as soon as possible. Like, yeah, last episode, it was like right after the election and I didn't realize that my microphone wasn't completely connected, so that's why the quality was bad. Again, that's just on me. But I was in such a rush to record and put my thoughts out. But yeah, as I said, this will be my final recording of the year. And I'm probably going to record... Yeah, I'll probably just release it after the Trump administration is inaugurated. Because it will be a new day. That much is for sure. Now, of course, if something else explodes geopolitically, then I'll release a video, especially with like Syria and the Middle East. Who knows what could happen? And yeah, I need to also expand further on like South Korea because like stuff like that is sort of escalating. Anyway, I'm gonna close out. So I do appreciate y'all listening in. I'll see y'all next year in 2025. We're halfway through the decade. Can you fucking believe it? And we're just getting started. We're just getting started. 2025, second Trump presidency. Let's fucking go. Thank you for tuning in. Again, if you made it this far, I greatly appreciate it. Again, I wouldn't say recommend. I highly suggest if you want to support my work, help me make this a full-time effort. $1 support on Patreon is all that's needed. And you can get early ad-free access. Again, I appreciate anybody who's listening, anybody who's supporting it. Again, as I said, I work so much that like I don't really have time to be as consistent. So sometimes my channel is dead, YouTube at least, and Instagram sort of dead. Twitter is where I mainly post, so follow me there because that's like my day-to-day shit posting. You can also follow me on Blue Sky. So like the way I want to divide it is like Blue Sky will be a little more serious, I guess. You know, it's calmer. You know, I've never been like on a Tumblr. I never got into Tumblr, but it kind of feels like that. Like Blue Sky has a Tumblr feel, you know, where it's like more wholesome and more mature, at least for now. But yeah, Twitter, you know, I'm just gonna shitpost and say whatever crazy thing, you know, I want. You know, harass some Israeli online. Who fucking knows? Yeah, there's like actually one Israeli guy who's like a tanker. Yeah, and sometimes I just like to troll him. It's just fun, you know? And every time he goes quiet, I'm sitting here thinking that like, because there's a couple times where he went quiet, especially when I'm deploying to Gaza and yeah, deploying into Lebanon, apparently he did. Yeah, here he is, you know, there's like so many videos and then like images of him like bragging about, yeah, he was deployed into Gaza and he's like posting here like, huh, crazy to think how much has happened in a year. Like hundreds of thousands of people didn't fucking die. I hate this dude. You know, it's very much like the Brian Thompson guy, you know, like I'm not sad at all and it's not a surprise. So I'm going to wrap it up before I say anything worse. So thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys. Support the show. And we'll see you in the next one. We'll see you in the new year. We'll see you under the new presidency, right? New Trump presidency. Yeah, you better buckle up. The show's getting started. So, thank you.